yeah, today's gonna be Curios. So, and just to think about it for a sec, should we be doing it? Because there are some Curios that are like negative Curios,
Yeah.
which I'm not sure how we can put them here because they're literally, Curios that are supposed to be bad. But I'm actually gonna basically rank them in like how much, like if they hinder you less, then they're good.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
that's like the rationale that would be behind it. Are we done to suffer in Overwatch with you? Rank the negative Curio on how bad they affect you? Yeah, but it's gonna be in reverse basically. So if the Curio doesn't hinder me too much, then it's good. Because like the negative Curios, the way you pick them up is you gamble of like, okay, I'm gonna get 2 Curios, but then you might get the negative Curio. Or I think there are some events also that might give you the negative Curio. So you're getting a huge reward, but also getting a negative Curio with it, pretty much. That's how we do it. Yeah. Like how worse they hinder you, the higher they go. Yeah, but then it doesn't line up very well with the other Curios. Maybe we'll do like their separate thing, to be honest. Because like then how you're gonna compare them to the good Curios? If you put them in that order, like it doesn't hinder me that much. You see what I'm saying? But yeah. So the idea basically, Dejan, if you want me to send you this link, by the way.
Yeah, send me that as well, please, so I can switch in between.
Yeah, let me do that. There we go. Send it on ADM.
Thank you.
Yeah, I got you. So yeah, there are the normal Curios, which is like a huge list. That's why I want to kind of try to, not blitz per se, but like not dwell too much on the Curios.
Yeah.
And I guess the criteria, I'm trying to think if there are any Curios that kind of depend on having particular characters or not. But I guess we'll figure it out as we go. And I know technically there are Curios that are quote unquote more expensive than other Curios. But I'm not gonna pay attention to that, meaning like it doesn't matter. Do you know what I mean by some Curios are more expensive than others, Dejan?
Do you mean like, okay? Wait, can you explain it? I don't know. I'll see if I get it on your track.
Yeah, so if you play like Swarm and you get a transaction like a tile, you find like Squirrelum and what's her name, Herda. And I think Herda sells you Curios, right?
Oh yeah.
So the Curios can be either 300 or 150. That's what I meant. Some are more expensive than the others. So technically, yeah, like that should be potentially like, oh yeah, that should be factored in. This is more expensive if you get it in the run. But to be honest, that shouldn't matter because most of the time, like all of the times when you're rolling for Curios, when you finish an elite or whatever, there's no distinction between this is a higher rarity Curio versus like lower rarity Curio. So
okay.
So I'm just gonna basically forget about that one. So yeah. There's also the Curios like the Robe of Beauty. The Robe of Beauty? Which one? So I know the doctors. Yeah, what about that?
That's the purple one.
Or the one that gives you crit damage per cosmic. Yeah. But my point is like I'm just gonna ignore the fact that technically some are more expensive than the others, basically. Okay. So
alright.
Let's start. So the first one we have here is the dimension reduction dice. So this one basically is the one that gives you an extra blessing, but it reduces the choices by 1. So you only have 2 choices when you get like a blessing. Instead of getting 1 blessing, and they give you 3 options, you get 2 blessings and you get 2 options.
Yeah.
So you're technically getting an extra blessing twice. So you're getting 2 extra blessings, but the choices are like limited. So what do you think about this one?
I guess this also depends where you get it in the run as well. There's sometimes
Mm-hmm.
where you get these blessings, such as this one.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I was a bot at this game, I've picked it before and I'm like, oh, where's the extra blessing? Do you know what I mean? Because I haven't read it properly. So,
Ah, okay, okay.
you know what I mean? Like, when you're like on the, floor 11, floor 12, or floor 10 before that, it's just not a very good curio, or it's an unlucky curio to get when, say, you have we'll get into it later, but is it the intergalactic one where you get curios for breaking stuff?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yes.
The you're talking about the Lotto one?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, if you get this late in your run, it is pretty rubbish. But again, you get it early into your run, you might still get things in your rolls. So you might still get like a couple hunt blessings if you're in the hunt path, or so I'd rate it maybe A. What's the letters on the tier list? May I see?
Yeah, so let's start with like the usual S, A, B, C, D, and then we can, fiddle around with it later. So let me look for it. It's not the same order here, but yeah. So we're starting with this one. So where do you put it in your case?
At the moment, I'll have it in A. Just
Okay.
because again, you get it early on, as you said, it gives you extra blessings technically.
Right.
So it is more worth it, but getting it at the end, it is pretty rubbish. So like, it could also be in B, but right now I have it in A.
Yeah, I was kind of debating if it's an S or A. I'll tell you why. It's because
Ooh, okay.
yeah, because I think if I remember correctly, if you get the glue, for example, the glue one,
Yeah.
and you have that one, I think it gives you basically 3 stars.
Oh.
So if I remember correctly, I hope I'm not misremembering that interaction. It has interactions with also like the what do you call it? Some other like curios, the ones that upgrade the curios. The blessings. So like this glue. The other glue that I was talking about is this one, which makes everything 3-star. And then there's the glasses thingy. Where is it? The glasses thingy. The ones that always gives you enhanced level ones.
Oh yeah, it's on second one.
Yeah. So I can get behind it being A for now.
Okay.
I do think it's probably higher, just for the fact that even if you get it late in the run, like unless you literally get it after you fight, like I don't know, the last elite before fighting the boss, you're still gonna get something out of it. And it's like it's a low variance curio. When I say low variance, is like you're not gambling much by getting it. Yes, you're getting less options, but you're getting guaranteed extra blessings, and you can choose which blessings to a certain extent. Versus some other curios that give you random shit, like this one, for example. We'll talk about it later. At least this one you have some control over it. So I can be sold for it being S, but since I was like fiddling, I wasn't sure if it's gonna be A or S. Since you said A, I think that's a good spot for it right now. I can definitely live with that. All right. So the next one we have is this one, the Chaos. Whenever I see it, it's like whirlwind is the first word that comes to mind. I don't know why. But the Chaos Tremidis. I don't know. I've never read the names before. I don't pay attention to that. I just like look at the icon. But this one is when choosing your blessings after winning a battle, increase the number of free blessing resets by 1. What do you think about this one?
Personally, I never choose it because when I am going down routes of I don't think of upgrading my blessings at the end. I just want to get as many blessings as I can. I don't really do combat either. I'm more of an occurrence person. I like the randomness and trying to get as many curios as I can to just become powerful. But also, if you are, for example, having the Robo Beauty, or you're just stacking up as many fragments, as you can. But sometimes 30 goes a long way. Okay, I'll be resetting. I'll be like, okay, time to buy a curio. I do not have any cosmic fragments. Okay, so Um, I can. For now, I'll say it's in the A as well. I would probably put it lower A compared to like other ones, but obviously there's only that one so far. But I think obviously if you're using it for a certain thing, such as the Robo Beauty, or just saving up your fragments, then it is pretty good.
Right. I have to disagree with you a lot here. I've been debating if it's probably a C for me. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because you mentioned earlier, it's like, oh, if you get it late, this is like literally the worst when you get it late.
Yeah.
First of all. Second of all, we're saving what? Like, let's say on average, for two like sets of blessings, you're gonna roll once. So like out of 2 times, you're gonna roll once, let's say. So in average, like you're saving every combat or every blessing selection, like what, 15 fragments? It's not that much. For me, it's definitely C. I don't think I put it even like I don't even put it in B, because you have to remember there's a lot of other curios that are way better.
Yeah. Do you know, for now, like, I can agree with that.
Yeah.
I was saying A, I think I was being too generous, but again, it's not something I pick, but in the aspects of just trying to save.
But that's a good indication though. If you're not picking it, that doesn't mean. You see what I'm saying? It's like because that's the same thing for me. Whenever I see it, there's a lot of other curios that are way better. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's not a bad curio, but it's not great either. So that's why I think it definitely lands in C. We can of course later on fiddle around with this a little bit, but I think it definitely lands in C in my opinion. Cool. But yeah, let's move on to the next one. So this one is where we were talking about it earlier. It's like makes level 1 blessings upgraded. What do you think about this one?
This one, a lot of level 1 blessings, let's be honest guys, they are sick. Okay.
Yep.
For example, the hunt, you can get extra 10% crit damage, so you have 30 crit damage. You can get 16 crit rate. I think there's a preservation one that increases your shield, your crit damage and like crit rate by a lot as well. I know there's some good nihility ones, you know, getting the HP ER back as well.
Yep. So there's some busted level 1s actually, in my opinion.
I know Destruction has some busted level 1s as well.
I think the one that always comes to mind when it comes to level 1s, which every path has it, is the one that stacks basically, meaning like, oh, if you have the more, like let's say hunt for example, the more hunt blessings you have, the more speed you're gonna have.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? I think this is S tier. Personal opinion. It's low key like really, really good. It's yeah, go ahead.
The thing is, like, again, obviously it's not when we first started, but when we first started, you kind of think, oh, level 1s are not that good.
Yep.
But you find yourself picking so many level 1s as well, and sometimes they're just like better than there's 2-star.
Oh yeah, especially like I can give you some examples that are really broken. So if you have Loacha, let me switch to the game real quick. Sorry, I'll go into Simulated Universe really quick, but I'll talk about it while I do that. There's a blessing for abundance. If you have what's his name? If you have Loacha on your team and he has his field on, so the way his field works basically is like you keep, like whenever someone's attacks, you're getting healed, right? And it's not just one person being healed, it's like multiple people being healed.
Yeah.
So this is what I'm talking about, sorry. This is the blessing that I'm talking about. After characters provide healing, there's 30% chance, a fixed chance to recover 1 skill point. Hello?
Again, I think I got that in one of my run. I think I got that in my run today with Fushuan as well.
Bro.
I used to got my skill point, so again.
No, but this, like with Loacha, this is broken. This is outright broken. It's like dude, I never run out of skill points when I have Loacha with this blessing. Like I sometimes pick it like over some of the really good, you know, one of my favorites also, like the one that gives you energy when you kill. This one. It's like I would pick it over that because skill points are like gonna be you're gonna be having skill points left and right. It's amazing. And like as I said earlier, like the ones that stack are also really really good. I would pick them over level 2s for like a lot of the times, because like if you're running Blade with this one and it's upgraded, and it's not only upgrading the base number of max HP that you're gonna be gaining, but also like in a swarm run, you're going to be having, if you're running Abundance main or even as a side, you can easily reach nine of those. 9 multiplied by 7, you do the math. It's like, it's going to be insane. That's my favorite blessings, the energy one. Yeah, the energy one, like the hunt one is insanely good. I have to agree there. But yeah, let me go back to here. So yeah, like this one, just not to dwell too much on it. I think it gives you fully upgraded level 1s guaranteed, and you're gonna be picking level 1s more than anything else for the most part. It's absolutely a W in my opinion. And not only that, but it also pairs with this glue, by the way. Meaning if you get like, let's say 2 level 1s and 1 level 2, or like 2 level 1s and 1 level 3, that level 3 is gonna be automatically upgraded, because the level 1s are upgraded by this goggle thingy, and then the glue needs to upgrade something, so it's gonna upgrade the like whatever is left. So it's like there's great synergy there. I think I think it's definitely easy S in my opinion.
Easy S, yeah, I agree.
What's this? Yeah, we're doing a tier list for Curios, which is like a thing in this game. Like there's this mode called Simulated Universe, and yeah, Curios are like, think of them as passives basically. You pick up in the run, kind of like in Hades, right? Like you play Hades, you're picking up those boons from the gods and stuff like that. It's similar to that. So these are like kind of like passives that you pick up. Cool. Yeah, let's move on to the next one. So the fruit of Indian tree.
Oh.
Oh, this is D for me.
Okay. Yeah, easy.
Easy D. Like, I don't think we need to dwell too much on this one.
Early game, I'll be honest, I picked it. I'll be honest. Because, you know, you get rolled early game.
Right, of course.
If you lose in Simulated Universe, okay, no offense. It's a bit of a skill issue, okay? It's a bit of a skill. Sometimes, don't get me wrong, there might be times where a character might die, but you can revive your characters anyway for 80 Curio, and especially if you buy the Curios from Herta, it's still not worth picking this because you can revive a character for cheaper. So
yep, pretty much. Yeah, easy D. Like I don't have to think about it that much. I never pick it. I literally never pick it. Unless it's like I was given it, I'm like, you know what, fine. And then I look at it,
still doesn't come into.
No, and the thing is, I pick it because like, not pick it, but like I'm not too mad because technically I can replace it with this.
Oh yeah.
So it has merit somehow.
Yeah.
That's S tier? Nah, dude. Dude. Yeah, but this one easy D tier. I think that's the easiest D tier, to be honest. All right, cool. The next one is, so this one gives you 1 or 2 random blessings after obtaining the Curio.
Oh, this one is
This is C for me.
Oh.
What do you think?
Do you know what? I'll be honest. Every time I have clicked that box, I promise you, every time I love RNG. Every time I have clicked this silly box, I have never gotten one, like not a curio, a blessing from the same
like the path that you're running, basically.
Yeah. And on top of that, sometimes, okay, so obviously there's so many blessings, so sometimes you'll just get like these rubbish remembrance blessings when you have no ice characters, and it's just pointless. So
yeah.
Do you know what? Maybe it could be good so you can put in C, but I would happily put that in D tier. That's it.
I think it's low C tier. I can definitely bump it down to D tier later, but as you said, like it's first of all like 1 or 2, which is like, which is means 1 with my luck.
Yeah, exactly. Get one most of the times as well. Oh, stop.
Yeah, the guys are not liking this waifu tier list, by the way. These waifus are looking too round.
Yeah, they're not looking good. Look how many round ones there are.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
But yeah, this one is like, I still put it potentially in C just because it's still technically, at least it adds to your run compared to this, for example. It still adds to your run a little bit. So yeah. So how do you put fruit in D tier? It's easily S tier. Oh my god, what's wrong with the round waifus? No, dude, I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. Look at the eyes, dude. But yeah, so it's either low C tier. I think it's low C tier for now. I think there are worse ones potentially. But we can, of course, if we have too many, let's say in C tier and D tier is empty, we'll probably be bumping these down. Waiting for the Lotto rating. Yeah, we'll get to it. Okay, the cheese one.
That's the okay.
It's okay. This one is still better than the fruit, by the way. I gotta say, it is garbage. It is garbage though.
Okay, yeah.
However, I can see a benefit for it if you're running, let's say, like a team with no healer and you're going full on damage.
Yeah.
But even then, it's like the cheese one is, yeah, I think it's either low C tier, worse than this one, or I think it is D tier, to be honest. I think it is D tier. There's gonna be way better ones than these.
There is so many other ways of getting healing. So yeah,
true.
You could get 30% of your health back from that, but so many different blessings or different. I'm sure there's a curio that gives you more heal. Are they? I don't know, but
yeah, there is the one that gives you healing, 20% healing every turn, which is this one. Which is like way better. Or was it like 10% or 15%? I can't remember.
Either way, every turn is better than at the start of every fight.
Yeah. It's healing as well. It's not like, like I don't know, like you gain 30% damage for the first turn or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Is like, especially like, I don't know, it doesn't help you much. The tier list for real.
I can't into this guy, man. I can't into this guy.
Oh my goodness. All right, yeah, I think we'll keep it at D tier. I think it's definitely D tier. Let's go with Fortune Glue. I think this is one of. I think this one is pretty good. I think this is very strong.
Honestly,
you don't like this one?
No, I like it. I was gonna say I love it. Like, I don't think there's never a time where I don't pick it.
Yeah. But is it S tier?
It's very, for me, obviously, because you can reset it as well, which is nice.
True. That applies for this one though, to be honest, as well. That we put in A. With the literal first one that we did.
Yeah.
Also, there's benefits to the broken curios because of another curio that you can pick up. I'm not sure if you know what I'm talking about or not.
I think I do.
The one that gives you basically extra damage if you have for each broken curio, which is really good.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm
thinking of that one. I was thinking of the one that brings them back. But yeah, I know.
I mean that as well. But I'm talking about this one. See this one? We'll get to it later, but that one works with any curio because there are some curios that you pick up and get consumed, but technically they're not broken. I think like this one, for example, I don't think it gets broken. It's just there. It's not considered broken, even though it was quote unquote used. And I think the way it works is like if it does something when you pick it up, it's not broken, but if it does something after you pick it up, it gets broken.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So Jonathan is saying nah. It's wait. So where do you put it? I think it's top A, potentially S. I'm not sure.
We can put it at A only because, again, do you know what though? So again, you can get as you said, you can link it up with that curio, especially the curio that does bring things back. So again, you can use that, and then say you do get lucky and you do get that curio. That's another gold. That's another golden blessing you're getting for free.
Yeah, but the thing is that I keep thinking about it. Like, generally when I see this, it's one of the curios that I go for immediately. Well, okay, not immediately. That's why I'm like, there are other curios that I'm like immediately like, oh my god, this is a lock. Unless there are other quote unquote locks that I can think of that I find in the same selection. I think it's top A for now, for me.
Okay.
We can bump it up later, but I think it's top A.
Okay, what if it gave you the choice of these three? The glue, the dice, the random dice, or the space cheese?
The space cheese, this one? The one that gives you Eidolons.
Yeah, Eidolon, yeah. So
we'll get to that one. There's always cases where you don't want to pick it up. I'll tell you.
Okay, we'll get to it.
We'll get to it, but like it depends on the run basically. Man, look at my fate. Gang Zoomer, I've never seen that one before. I think it's top A. It could be bumped up later, but I think there are potentially better curios than it. So that's why I'm like a bit hesitant.
We'll see.
Yeah,
but I swear to God, yeah. So many people will be like, nah, Sora is wrong. That is S tier.
I can be convinced it's S tier. My first hunch was actually S tier.
Okay.
But then I look at some other curios that we're gonna get to later that I think are better. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But again, I could be convinced either way. We can definitely bump it up later.
Yeah, we'll come back. Oh, we'll come back to it then.
Yeah, we'll come back to it for sure. So the parchment thingy that basically causes 30% damage when you enter battle. What do you think about this one?
Honestly, as I said, if you're picking something like this, skill issue, because your characters in simulated universe should be doing up to 500k plus damage, okay? With all the buffs and everything you can get, you do not need that. Like, you want to see your big numbers. For me personally, I don't want to see a boss's health. Even if they lose 30% of their health, they get their health bar back on the second turn and they lose 30%. Okay?
See, if it was where if you... I get what you mean. It's like if it was every like cycle it reduces 30% of your health of their health, it's good. But okay, where do you rank it? Because I think we might be not agreeing 100% on this.
Okay, I could either put it in B, because I'll be honest, there's been a couple times where I've got it randomly. I'm just like, do you know what? It's 30%. It's just a quicker run for me. Right. But then, honestly, do you need it? Like, how do you really need that 30% of damage? Unless you're trying to speedrun the floors.
No, we're thinking mostly Swarm here, because normal simulated universe, at some point, you're gonna be, like you, as you said, like you're thinking about speedrunning things, not like surviving, like in Swarm difficulty 5.
Yeah, even in Swarm. I'll be honest though, even in Swarm, they're getting their health back and they're bringing back multiple. They're bringing back multiple bugs. Okay, so even more useless. That's all. So then I could put this in D very well.
Okay, so you're thinking. Okay, so you said B or D. So I guess you're thinking more along the lines of C, basically.
Yeah.
I think this is our first B, to be honest, and I'll tell you why. So for example, like there are enemies where, like the Xerneas, you know what I'm talking about? The freaking, what is the animal called? I forgot. I'm blanking on it. The deer. Thank you.
Is it a deer or is it a moose?
I guess it's more like a moose, but yeah.
Okay.
So like the moose guy, Xerneas. Let's call him Xerneas.
I got
So Xerneas basically summons those annoying trees, right? And he starts getting buffed really quickly if the trees are there. So I don't know. In my opinion, this is way better than these. I think it's definitely B. Like it's something that you're happy having. It's not like hurting you in any way. it's not like hugely beneficial, but it's also still beneficial because even like when you talked about the bugs, for example, one of the biggest issue with the bugs is if you don't kill them really quickly, they're gonna summon other ones. But if the summoned ones enter with 30% less health, it's gonna be easier to clear, basically. So it does help you. Not like the biggest help, but it's absolutely helpful. Even like when you think about bosses, for example, like some bosses keep buffing themselves. Like if you think about the Giga Chat robot, what's his name?
I was gonna say Barbatos, so fucking Svarog.
Svarog. So like even if you think about Svarog, for example, it's like he keeps buffing himself every couple of turns.
Yeah.
So technically, the faster you can, even if it's like 30% only at the beginning, the faster you get rid of him, the better. So I don't know. For me, it's definitely B. Maybe it's like lower B once we add more of these, but it's definitely better than these C tiers right now. I could be convinced later if we have too much in B tier, it could be bumped down. But I think it's definitely not on the same level as these guys. But it's also not the same level as these guys.
Okay.
We can switch them around later.
Yeah. This one I definitely gonna have to come back to. But I just personally feel either way, like.
You're still convinced it's C, basically.
Yeah. I just don't feel like that 30% damage is doing anything like.
Yeah, but it's like 30% flat damage, though. It's not like
I get it. I do get it. Like, it is a good 30% chance. It's okay.
Mm-hmm.
It is okay, but that's all it is to me. It's okay.
Yeah, but like again. So like let's think about it from the perspective of like which one would you pick out of these, for example, these three. You probably pick this one up.
What, the B tier one?
Yeah, over these.
I would actually pick
this one,
the Curio one. I'd rather pick the.
You mean the blessing
Curio.
one?
Yeah, the blessing one. Sorry, I would pick that over. I'll be honest.
Also, by the way, the blessing one is still better than this one in my opinion.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I agree with that one. I agree with that one. Yeah, as I said, I barely pick up that seed, the reset one. So. But okay, we'll come back to it.
Yeah. Let's go back to it later. We have still a big list to go through. Okay, the doctor's robe. The robes are amazing, by the way. I'm just gonna say very quick. This is the worst robe. The other robe is better, but.
Yo, you think the doctor's robe is worse? That's crazy.
Oh, dude, compared to this robe is broken, dude. We'll get to it, but. This one, okay, so just for context, this one is like the recharges your path and it gives you 40% extra damage for your path. Okay, so the thing is, some paths don't even do damage.
Oh yeah. Okay.
You see what I'm saying? And if you want, like, you can think about it, oh, but it still regenerates the path for you. Cool, but like if you're playing Swarm, some of the big fights, that's not gonna matter at all because you're gonna be fighting for a long time that you're gonna be, like recharging it so many times. The extra 40 damage is pretty good, but I still have the caveat of like, in some runs it doesn't help you. There are some paths though. So let me think which path I'm thinking of where it's not helping with your damage. I think it's the Nihility, for example, because I think Nihility doesn't benefit from the path itself. Like, you benefit from the energy max, but that's pretty much it. So that's why I wouldn't put it in S tier. I think it's an A tier for me.
Okay. I would have put in S tier. I can agree with A tier.
Yeah, but do we put it over this? With Hunt, it's nice. Yeah, like absolutely. But that's the thing for me. It's like it's not always oh shit. Like when you see it with every path, oh I'm picking that up. You see what I'm saying? Which for me, I think it's less than these. I think it's somewhere here.
Yeah, again, for a preservation run and a hunt run, 100%. I haven't done Swarm with Hunt because,
Yeah, it helps you with Hunt especially because you want to kill with Hunt, right?
Yeah.
So there's that element to it. And like extra damage on like Elation does damage, Hunt does damage, Destruction does damage, Preservation does damage, Remembrance does damage, but then you have Nihility these three don't do damage. These three paths, so you don't benefit. Like, so I would say 60% of the time you're benefiting from it, 30% of the time you're not benefiting from it. That's why I can't bring myself to put it in S. And as I said, like, these are universally usable. This is not. So if we're running hunt, I can see it here. But if we're running like, what do you call it? Like propagation, I would even put it here.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. So I think it lands here for me, to be honest.
Oh, hey.
What?
Hey, that was a big drop. That was a big drop.
Wait, what? No, I put it in A still.
Oh, I thought you dropped it to B from.
No, I'm saying like if I'm running like propagation, abundance, or nihility, I think it drops to B. It's still decent.
Okay, sorry.
But yeah, no, like right now it's definitely, it's a good, like as I said, the robes are good, but again, context. Cool. Do you agree with that? Like, is there anything you want to add to that?
No, you're speaking 100% facts on that rope, so can't complain.
Cool.
Can't complain.
All right. So the next one, the society ticket. So this one gives you 75% extra, what do you call it, fragments when you win battles. I think this one is pretty good. I think it's top B for me, especially if we pick it up early.
Yeah.
And you pair it with like this or this, it can actually get crazy, in my opinion. But again, if you pick it up late, you don't benefit from it that much. But if you don't do a lot of combat, you don't benefit from it that much. It's good, but it's not insane.
Yeah, so obviously, as you said, like it does depend what path you are running as well. So
for this one, it doesn't matter which path.
not like path of, but if like we're talking like
oh, you mean like the traversal in okay, yeah.
Obviously destruction, like you could probably put that in S tier realistically, or A tier, because you're just trying to take as many combat domains. But on some of them, for example, preservation, not that anyone really does preservation, you want to have as
shots
many
fired.
you want to see as many cornerstones have as many cornerstones as possible. It can vary. And obviously in Swarm, you don't want your disruption level too high, or you are going to get rolled.
Yeah.
So yeah, where would you? Yeah,
I put it in top B for me. Do you think it goes lower than that?
I don't think it goes lower. I think it is definitely better than the damage thing. Okay, like as I said, that damage thing can move down.
Yeah,
but,
this one is gonna be probably somewhere here at the end of it. Like, there's gonna be a lot of ones that are probably gonna be between them. But yeah.
But fragments is always a good thing. It helps towards your blessings, getting curios, leveling up stuff.
Yeah, it's a very flexible thing to have, basically.
Exactly. More damage with the robes as well, as you were talking about earlier. B, could say A in some aspects, but yeah, B.
I think B for now. I think there's gonna be a lot of better ones that we're potentially gonna put in A. So yeah.
Yeah, it's comfy.
Yeah. So, okay, the next one is the other ticket called Faith Bond. So this one reduces cosmic fragments required for 11 and up blessings and resetting downed characters. This is D for me.
Yeah, I was gonna say C, because again, you get it with one of them lucky tickets, and you get it. Yeah, I'm not complaining. Am I picking it up? Nah, I'm not.
I never pick it up. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Because think about it. Okay, how many times are gonna be? Okay, let's think about it from the Swarm perspective, because I'm being unfair to it, because I kind of was thinking about normal SU where you only do this if you're in the last chamber before the boss.
Yeah.
And it could be beneficial. It's 30%. If it was like, let's say 50%, then it becomes, you know what? Okay, that's worth picking up. 30% decent, but you don't use it a lot. You have to have fragments first to be able to use it. Like compared to this, for example, the one that gives you flat fragments, that one is way better. Now, let's compare it to the one that gives you, kind of saves you fragments, which is this one. I think they're comparable if you think about it from the perspective of Swarm, because you might go to the shops multiple times.
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
it can save you some fragments. I wouldn't go as like as high as top C. It's probably very low C, top D for me.
Yeah, to be fair, for example, the transaction domains, okay, they are
Mhm.
a bit expensive.
Mhm.
30% off in that is, you might think it's saving you something, but it's not a lot. Like, it'll still eat away at your fragments anyway.
Yeah, I mean 30% is like if you might be saving up quite a bit, but it's very situational. Now, is it better than the reset one? I kind of think it is, but maybe even okay. I'm
yeah.
kind of starting to kind of think it might be better because again, put in my head that it's Swarm. You do get transaction at least maybe 2 or 3 times in a run. And you can even aim at transaction when you have this, pretty much.
I can put it, voice crack. I can put it at high C.
Yeah. I think it's better than this one.
Yeah, it's better than those two. As you said, like, it's more universal. Like, if you're thinking more universal as well, like, as you said, you're running to more transaction domains.
Yep.
Or, again, you might have more combat domains where you are resetting stuff. So, you are still saving a bit compared to getting any two random curios. That could be 2 1-star rubbish.
One or
curios.
2.
Or 2, exactly.
Which means 1, as I said.
Oh yeah, or 2. Yeah.
Yeah, but
As you said, most times you just get 1. When you said that, it's relatable because the amount of times I've only got 1 curio,
Yep.
it is horrible.
It's insane.
And the reset one is just the reset one. Isn't it?
Also,
Like,
this one helps you with the reset now that I think about it. It makes the reset cheaper.
yeah.
I think it makes it
Yeah.
like instead of 30 fragments, it's like 21. So that's why I was like, hold on, maybe it is not D. It's better than this, 100% better than this. And this one is just like 1 or 2 blessings, as I said, like very random. This is more consistent. I like consistency in the curios. Like you'll see like some later on, some of the shit that like very random or like, very high variance, I'm not a huge fan.
This is consistent.
Very consistent, yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Very consistent, but it's not very helpful. So I think it's top C for now. I think it's top C for now.
Oh, he's guaranteed.
But yeah,
one.
good copium that I'm inhaling right now.
Okay.
All right, now to the easy choice, the robe of beauty. Yeah, this is easily S tier. No, sorry.
I would put it in A.
Really?
Only because I feel like it also depends the way you run Simulated Universe. I'll be totally honest with you.
How so?
I don't usually save my fragments.
Yeah, but like even if you don't save your fragments, let's say literally you pick it up, unless you literally picked it up just before the big fight, then it's not gonna help you much. Like let's say you have 100 and 200 fragments, but even then, even just 200 fragments, you know how much damage that is? That's like 32% extra damage. That's insane. Bro, no, this is easy S tier. Like there's no debate in my mind. This
You know
is
what? Should
this
I
is
be
what
honest? All this time I thought it was 6% for every 100 cosmic
No,
fragments.
it's 16%.
Guys,
It's
I'm such a
insane.
noob. I thought that was 6% for every
No.
100 cosmic fragments. I was always thought this is a horrible thing. Like, why would I pick this unless I had so many fragments?
Bro, the Robe of
I'm
Beauty
sorry.
is like
That's
an automatic pick for me for the most part.
That's an L take, guys. Like, please roast me in the comments. Like, I'm so sorry. I'm so stupid. Yes, S tier.
Like especially like you pick it up and you pick it up early on, you can plan around it. It's like, okay, there's so many, you have to remember also there's so many curios that can help you with fragments.
Yeah.
Like you have the gold one, which is insane. You have the silver one, which is less insane, but it's still pretty good. We don't talk about this one. And we don't talk about this one. I'll talk about them later, but we don't talk about them now.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I despise this one. And this one, I'm trying to, like, hopefully I can get a run where I have already the robe and then I can pick this one up. But I remember picking this one up and I'm like, oh, I'll get the robe later, right? I didn't get it. No, this one was terrible. We'll get to it later. But the robe, dude, the robe is like, as I said, let's say you have 200 fragments. That's all. It's still 32% damage. It's not even like, oh, attack percentage or whatever.
I'm sorry.
It's like insane, Curio. But yeah. But to be fair, if it was 6%, I can see where you're coming from. If it was 6%, I'm like, you know what? I can use the fragments for something better. But 16% is insane.
No, that's changed my whole view on everything. I'll be honest, like I didn't realize it was that much of a buff.
Oh, it's really, really good. Oh, like I think that's the only curio that I can think of from the top of my head is like most of 99% of the time it's an automatic pick.
Yeah.
Unless there's some other insane synergy, it's usually the robe. It's usually the robe. It's insanely good. All right, next one is, which kind of works very well with the robe, by the way, Gold Coin of Discord. What do you think about this one? So, do you know what this one does, by the way?
Yeah. Well, it says it there, but obviously you just get in more, like it's totaling on 6% more than that you have, so
which gets better. Like that 6% gets better and better if we keep your fragments.
Exactly. So, as you said, I mean, you have the first robe as well as this coin.
Mm-hmm.
What? I mean, just imagine going through like a destruction run. I mean, you're fighting all these combat, these elite domains. You have all these other like. Sometimes you can get, you know what I mean? When you do get lucky, get all these stuff that gives you all these fragments and give you
like the ticket,
fragments.
For example, and you get this one with it, and then you get the one where you get double, like this one.
Exactly. The occurrences as well that can. I think there's one that gives you 400. Like, I mean, like eventually, again, it has to be lucky. But when you do get all those.
No, but it's not like
fragments.
Amazing luck that like you're gonna be collecting fragments even with like just killing enemies, as you said. You're gonna get fragments. So if you get this early enough, it's insanely good.
Of course. I'm just talking like peak. I'm just talking like
right.
peak, Like, you just get to the peak of things. You're just getting everything, which is like making you feel so much better about having it as well.
Mm-hmm.
And then at the end, you're like, "What? I got like 2,000."
I think I had a run with like 2.5k fragments at the end.
I think I watched that. Like, it's crazy. And again, I don't know how much that comes to when you times it with the purple robe there, but.
Dude, that's like, oof, that's a lot. So that's
I mean,
and it's not just that. So it has synergy with a lot of curios. That's the other thing. It's like it has synergy with these, these two. It has synergy with this one. I'm trying to think if there are any other ones that it has synergy with. I think those are the ones basically. Oh, this one. Which I hate, by the way, but like you should only pick this one up, in my opinion, if you have a good fragment. Like you have the robe, and then you have even more fragments generation. But we'll get to that later. But like the golden coin thingy, it has so many applications, because fragments, as you said, as we talked about it earlier, is like you can use it to upgrade your shit. You can use it to get curios. You can use it to. Even if you have the robe, it's what do you call it? More damage from the robe. If you get the cavity thing, then you're gonna get a shit ton of crit damage. There's so many applications for the fragments, so anything that gives you more fragments is really, really good. Granted, if you get it at the end of the run, it's not gonna help you much. But if you get it early and you save up on your fragments, like the benefits are gonna be really, really good. Is it an S tier though? I don't think so.
No.
I think it's an A tier. It's low A tier.
Would you put it above the road or below the road?
No, behind the robe. Because I think the robe is still the peak of the robe is way better than this, in my opinion. What do you think? Do you think it goes higher?
Again, you could say the peak of the road, but then if you could say the peak of the coin.
That's true. That's actually no, but like okay. So to be fair, when I say the peak of the robe, you don't need a lot of things for the robe to peak.
Okay, yeah.
You're just running hunt, and the robe is really good.
Yeah.
Versus the golden coin, okay, you have maybe you have the ticket and you have this, and so it relies on a lot of other things to peak. So I would say it's like it's really good, but not like game breaking in any way.
Okay. Right.
Just on its own, or like even like it needs a lot of things to be insanely broken, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Of course.
So I would say it's like bottom A in my opinion. All right.
No, that's fair. Cool.
Cool. Let's move to the next one. I'm putting all these waifus in the clothing department tier. Macy's tier. Oh man. All right, the next one, Void Wick Trimmer. After obtaining this curio, randomly. Oh, the repair one.
Yeah.
I didn't think. I mean, it's good.
Honest, yeah, I can put it in B though.
Yeah,
Only,
I was thinking that as well.
I'm not really picking it, but it can work well with a couple of the tickets. I mean, for example, the glue.
Yeah, the glue. This
okay.
one. This glue. No, not this glue. Sorry. What is it? I'm trying to think which ones it can be usable with. I think the tooth as well. Yeah, I think it works with the tooth. Or maybe it doesn't. No, the tooth doesn't. It's one of those where you pick it up and it's not quote unquote used. But the usable ones, I think it's this one is usable. It has its usage on it. The Lotos, which we'll get to later. But just to quickly mention the Lotos, that's the thing with the Lotos. It's like either you love them or you hate them, and I'm leaning on the hate them part because it literally can ruin your run. Oh yeah, 100%. I prefaced from the beginning, if you remember, I told you it's like I'm not a huge fan of like high variance curios, where it's like it's a. I think of consistency as a very important thing for these types of modes. Yes, it's more fun. Like I pick it up when I'm playing normal simulated universe because it's more fun. But generally, I'm more disappointed than, happy about it. And if we're thinking about Swarm, where consistency is very important, this can ruin your run pretty much. One of these. The reason why I'm mentioning that is the repairing one. First of all, you don't choose what you repair. So if you have like a couple of ones that have usage on it, you might pick up something that you don't want to pick up. So, but I think you said it at the beginning. I think it's top B. I think it could be really good, but it's highly dependent on what you have.
Okay.
Do you think it goes higher?
No, I think it does stay in B, but I think just it's because our opinions on like certain things. Like again, yeah, you're right about the tickets can ruin your run, but I also find tickets fun. But obviously, it's not just based on fun. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think it's fun is of course a good factor, but like let me think of a good fun curio, for example, that I can think of. I mean, the Lotos are the most they're most fun because they're the most random ones. You can think of this one also as like a high variance one, but see, this is high variance as well, but for the most part it's not going to hurt you as much as these do hurt you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So this one is fun because it's going to be a lot of randomness, but the randomness is still, for the most part, is going to be good, versus this one where it's like, oh well, I mean, you destroyed this container and now you 0 health, and you didn't get anything out of it. So yeah, that's my stance on it.
Nah, I do get it.
But yeah, let's. I think B is good for it, to be honest.
Okay, come back to it.
Yeah, we can come back to it. I'm trying to kind of.
B is good for it. So I'm thinking of the tickets. B is good for the.
Oh, right. I think the tickets are where we're gonna clash the most.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go with this one. The record of From Beyond the Sky. I nearly never pick this one up. Upon entering battle, all allies would nullify all damage received except for Dot. After the cannot be debuffed for 3 turns. Wait, So is the nullified damage once or is it for 3 turns?
Until after they are attacked. So I think it's.
Oh,
one turn
okay, yeah.
after
Sorry, I
they-
didn't read that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is D tier. Either D tier or maybe low C tier. It's still better than the cheese and.
I think when I picked it up before, I read it the same way you read it though.
Uh-huh.
So I thought that it nullifies damage for 3 turns.
Yeah, but that would be too good though.
Yeah. Yeah, I can put that. Again, the only way not getting debuff would be good is like for the last boss where they are stacking it up.
Or
But
Kafka, for example.
It is only for 3 turns.
Yep.
So
If it, like, I wouldn't care for the damage part. Like, oh, you don't get damage the first time you get hit. I don't care for that. If it was like, okay, you don't get debuff for 5 turns, for example, that would be good. That would be like, oh, if I'm facing Kafka, I don't have to worry at all for the most part.
yeah,
So,
Kafka counter.
yeah, pretty much. But since it's just 3 turns, it's still usable. But I find myself never picking it up. Do you ever pick this one up?
As I said, like, no, I don't. I'll be honest, I don't pick it up.
I nearly don't as well. But I think it's too harsh to put it in. I think it is a D tier, to be honest. I think it is, to be not gonna lie. On paper it sounds good, but like in practice you don't benefit from it that much.
Yeah. As well as that, with all the characters, again, fair enough. You actually know even with Bronya, I mean, you have so many characters that can cleanse you.
Exactly, yeah.
It's just like you getting debuffed is light work. You can get rid of that with a blink of an eye, no problem.
I mean, there are the enemies, you know, the twin, the ladies that cause imprisonment and shit. But if you have
yeah.
Fushuan, you'll be fine. If you have, as you said, Bronya, you have so much cleanse that you should be fine, to be honest.
You spend money, you fine. You fine.
yeah.
You spend money.
just
You good.
preparing a card, you know. Fine. Yeah, I think I'm fine with it being D tier.
Yep, that's cool. Ooh.
Okay, let's see the entropic die. What does this one do again? Randomly level 2 blessings after obtaining this curio. Yeah, this is pretty good. In Swarm though, since you have so many like blessings,
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, it might level up something that you're not like super. It could be good. It's like, for the most part, it's beneficial, of course. But like how beneficial it is, I generally, when I pick it up, it's very low impact.
It varies. It does vary.
Yeah.
I could put it in C. I was gonna put it in B because again, I do like the randomness. And
Right.
then, maybe if you get at the start of the run and say you do get a couple of good like 1-star blessings, or you do get somehow lucky. Say you do get like you have your few selection of blessings at the start and they're all like one type of blessings.
Right.
For me, usually I go down the main path first and grab like as many of the good ones. Obviously, if I do see like a side one,
Right.
a good side one, I'll pick it up.
Right.
But mostly I'm grabbing like the best blessings from my rolls. So
Yeah, but
it
even
will
then, it's like we talked about like the level 1s being good, for example.
yeah.
But like some of them can be also in the sense
Yeah.
of like it's good, but like if you're gonna upgrade it, it's not gonna do much when you upgrade it. So that's the thing. It's like it can upgrade like 2 level 1s. Sure, that's still beneficial, but that's not great. That's why it's like it's hard to rank these because it's highly dependent on what you actually get out of it.
Yeah.
And as I said, like in Swarm, you're gonna have so many blessings that you don't like, the variance grows even higher, which means it's less reliable. So it's something that I would be happy to, you know, get randomly, but I wouldn't go out of my way to pick it up. I would pick these over it, to be honest. But maybe
Okay.
to be honest, like if we have to compare these two, I might pick this one up over this one, to be fair.
I agree with that because any day of the week,
I
that
think,
is get.
yeah, I think this is better. Sorry, like this one is better, the die.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so
Okay.
I'm convinced. I think this is good, but it's all right. It's alright.
Yeah, it's just
Alright.
like fair enough, 30%. That's
Yeah,
it.
yeah, pretty much. Okay, yeah, I think this was good, like, but it's still in C. That's the thing. I wouldn't put it in the same level as these, basically, is what I'm trying to say.
That's cool. That's cool.
All right, let's move on to the next one. Ooh, variant. Replace all curios currently in possession, including this curio, with random curios. What do you think about this one?
Oh. This one is a heavenly dice, okay? You know, sometimes I might be feeling a bit wild. I might have really good curios, and I might just be like, do you know what? What is the worst that could happen?
Bro, this gambler guy.
The worst will happen. The worst will happen. But sometimes, okay, you can have like, okay, if we be realistic, okay, it is maybe like C tier, could be B tier, because like, for example, when you do, okay, obviously you won't go for them, but me, again, a gambling guy, when you do go for the tickets and they do run out, do you know what I mean? Or you do have a lot of stuff that's run out, you just click the dice and you can potentially look at all these curios that you could potentially get instead of those ones that have just currently run out.
True.
Again, it is a big gambling factor. You won't pick it if you, realistically, again, you won't pick it if you do have amazing
good
curios,
stuff.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. But I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of ones, as you said, like let's say the uses run out, or like if you have, we didn't talk about them that much, but like the negative ones. There's one that multiplies, so technically you're gonna be like, it works amazing with the die because you have like those 5 cuckoo ones that reduce your attack or whatever that multiply, and then you can just pick this one up, and it's insane because it's gonna give you so many free curios. But that's the thing, there are some curios that are actually not beneficial. We talked about, like, I know you think differently of the lottos, but like, let's say you're at the end of the run and you pick up the lottos, and then it's like, it screws up your technique points, and it screws up your health, whatever it is. Or like let's say it picks up this one, which gets rid of all your fragments because you have more than 500.
I can't wait to talk about that one.
Yeah.
I can't, honestly.
But the thing is, it can also be very good. So I think it's somewhere here, in my opinion. It's like the height of it, it's like can be really, really good, but the low of it also can be really, really bad. But it's still way better than these, though, to be honest. I was even like, I would have been convinced to put it somewhere here, to be honest.
I would put it probably above the scissors as well. I'll be honest.
Yeah, I can get behind that.
Sometimes you're not forced, but like you get free. Like sometimes you do get rubbish curios after rubbish curios that like that minorly affect you. Or you're just like, I could actually do the dice right now.
Yep. No, I agree.
Like again, for example, everything in A. If you had like at least 2 or 3 of those stuff in A. Actually, no, because they break. So I don't know.
No, but like there are also ones that technically don't break. But as I said, like, okay, you pick this one up, the box thingy. It gave you the blessings, but it's technically not broken. It's used, but it's not broken.
Yeah.
Which it would work with this one, but it wouldn't work with the scissors. So that's why I'm like, I can actually see it being here, to be honest. Not gonna lie, it can be really, really good. But like, if you don't need it, you can just ignore it. But when you pick it up and you need it, it can be really, really good. Blessings Lotto for S tier, Curio Lotto for D tier. You know what? I will get to the lottos, but I actually think, yeah, like the blessing one is still pretty good because the downsides of it are not that bad. But the Curio one is like, nah. In certain runs, it literally ruins your run pretty much. But yeah, we'll get to that. But I can be convinced it's still bottom A. We can move it later to potentially B. What do you think?
Okay. I'm happy with A, and I'm also happy with B. High B, but I'm happy with low A as well. I'd like, you can choose here, because as I said, there's times where again, for example, start of the run as well. Sometimes the start of the run can impact your whole mood of it. Like you might just get the most rubbish things, and then you're like, oh cool, you know, you're picking the curios. Oh cool, the dice. the dice just changes it into so many useful things or
True.
decent things. It doesn't have to be like the most useful thing. It could be decent things as well.
Yeah. Especially as like in Swarm, you do get that two good Curios, one bad Curio.
Yeah.
And you can, like, let's say for example, there are certain scenarios where it's really really good. Like let's say you get Igloo and some other random shit. Like, let's say the parchment thingy. And then you get this, and you get, like, let's say, as I said, one of the cuckoo. I mean, you get one of the negative ones, right? I hate the one that reduces your skill points. Like when you use. Oh my god, that's so bad. So you can just get rid of it basically, and you get out of that you get 4 Curios. Yeah, in certain cases it can be insane, but of course the high variance is what kind of puts it a little bit lower, but it's still like even low variance, as I said, like even the worst case scenarios, it's highly unlikely there's going to be like a really bad scenario when you use it. So I can still I still think it's a pretty decent one, but you don't pick it up like it's not one of those Curios where you see it, oh, I need to pick this one, you know. It's more like, oh, this can literally change the whole run upside down in a good way. So yeah, I think it's low A. We can move it potentially later to lower B, but sorry, top B, but we'll see. Okay, now we're gonna these are gonna be simple. They're all the same pretty much. Maybe we can rank them in. I mean, if it's gonna be there's gonna be ranking. We're gonna be ranking them based on the blessings overall for that path. But that's very dependent on what main path you're running, and then like the team that you're running and all of that stuff. That's a whole other discussion, to be honest. So I'm just gonna consider all of them the same one, to be honest. Maybe
just
we can.
A and B for now.
I think it's a B. I think it's a B. Yeah.
It's also what annoys me is it doesn't annoy me a lot, but it says it greatly. Okay, say. Again, hunt path, and then you get the hunt blessing. Okay, it says it greatly increases the chance of getting there.
Yeah,
but I'll be honest, there's been times where I've reset it like 2-3 times, and I've still not got a hunt blessing.
Yeah, but
so I just want to like it. Also, I want to know what percentage factors into how much it actually increases your chance into getting it, because again, getting one blessing is good. Do you know what I mean? And
I was gonna say that's the thing. It's like compared to this one, for example, it gives you guaranteed one blessing of the type you want, pretty much.
Yeah. And of course, don't get me wrong, they are good. They are, and I will always pick it up if like I'm like, oh cool. If I'm in the Nihility run, cool, I'll pick Nihility. If I'm in Destruction, I'll pick Destruction, no problem.
Or even like a good side path.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But
do you think it's like it's not B tier, it's C tier? I think it's B, to be honest, personally.
Yeah.
I think it's lower B though.
Cause it's just average. It is average. I'll be honest.
Yeah, it is very average. Yeah.
It is random, but you know, it could give you a really good 1-star. It could give you a really bad 1-star. It could give you a really good 3-star, 2-star. It just varies. But end of the day.
Yeah, but it does help you if you're picking up like a path that you care about. Like let's say I'm running Blade and I see propagation. That's why I put propagation. Is like, oh, I would like some propagation pieces, and it does increase the likelihood. Yes, it's not gonna be. It's probably like the weight of it. It's not as much as your main path. It does increase it, but whatever much chance, like let's say 20% chance or whatever, but it's still a chance to get that type of blessings. So I think it's still beneficial overall. Will it be B or top C? I think for now it's
put them in B.
Yeah, I think for now it's bottom B, and we can potentially shift it later. But I'm gonna treat all of them the same, just for the simple fact that then it becomes a discussion of which blessings are better. But then, as I said, like depends on the team, depends on the main path. It depends on a lot of things that I don't think we would discuss them here. But yeah, okay, cool. The next one is the speed one. So it increases movement speed in the map, which is there's only one application when you're doing adventures and whatever. It can help you potentially. but during combat it gives you 10% action advance forward, which is pretty good, by the way. Let's just say that. What do you think about this one?
It's not something I pick up often.
Okay.
Again, if it comes to me randomly, yeah, but again, I would say it's B. There's hunt blessings that can push your turns forward just like that. Obviously, that stacks onto it. It does, but
yeah, but
again,
this
it's
is
just-
like, how do you say it? It's not conditional, because like you mentioned the hunt ones. It's like there's one, like the level 2 one is like, oh, every 6 turns you get advanced 100%.
yeah.
Which you get 2 turns in a row, which funnily enough it's not always great, because like let's say you put on Fushuan's field and then now you have another turn and it wastes 1 turn, or like you use Luocha and he attacks twice and his field is gone now. So it could be like, yeah, it's good, but just to say, like, this is 10%, so it's spread out, which I think is pretty good, and it's like innate and like non-conditional, like you get it without like having to do anything in particular. Personally, I think it's a B tier thing. It's not amazing, it's not bad, it's just okay, and it works for the most part, and it doesn't like mess up your speed tiers. Like if you have speed tuned like characters and stuff, it doesn't mess that up. So I think it's pretty good overall. I think it's B.
Okay.
You're thinking more like C. I'm guessing.
Dude, the only reason that I can't say I have a fair play in this is just because it's just something I don't pick up. But if you think it's something, again, as you said, it's an unconditional thing. It is universal for everyone as well.
Yeah.
So it is, I guess it is good.
Even if you compare it like to these, for example, I find myself picking this up over all of these.
Okay, yeah. I see that.
You see what I'm saying? So it could like even compared to this, like I think the extra 10% forward can be better than these, because again, yeah, just because for the fact that you're not always getting the path that you want. Like if you see one of these, like yeah, it needs to be the one that you want, versus, you see what I'm saying? It's like there's how many of these? Like there are 7 of these.
Yeah.
Whereas this one is like the one curio, or like 8. Sorry, I forgot the abundance here. I think it's the, like, I could be convinced that maybe it's like this, but I think it's like, honestly, I think it is like this.
Okay, now that you said that, now that you have said, yeah, fair enough, there is a lot of different. Oh, actually.
Yeah, because you're not guaranteed to get the path that you want to be increased, and there's so many of them.
Yeah.
So like, yeah. I think this is in general, but like, let's say, okay, in a scenario where you like the one that you want, like let's say you want propagation and propagation was offered versus this, I think you do pick up propagation, to be fair. Okay, you know what? I think it's not fair to compare, like, it's true that we're using just one of these, but it's a representation of the one you want, I guess, not a representation of the one you don't want.
We can say that, but also I feel like with some of the other blessings, we thought of it like how universal they are as well. So
True.
It's kind of fair that you push that up.
Yeah, I think that's.
I think I can have it higher than the
ticket.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
I think the ticket is even more. Let me think about that for a sec. I think 75% fragments is really good. I would take this over this. Not gonna lie.
When you're fighting when you're fighting elite enemies.
Yeah, fragments, and like also it has synergies with other Curios, so I would still pick this one up over this. But yeah, it's split in hairs, to be honest.
So.
Yeah, it's split in hairs though, to be fair.
So would you say? Wouldn't you say the ticket's better than the scissors? The ghost scissors or whatever you call it.
I think it depends. Okay, let me, in a vacuum, you can say, I was gonna say, like, it depends where like you want this one at the end of the run mostly. You want this one at the beginning of the run. Would you pick this one at the beginning of the run? Not really. Would you pick this one at the end of the run? Not really. So in that way, they're kind of equal. Now, when it comes to synergies, I think this one has more synergies. You know what? I think you're right. I think this is better than this. Just for the fact of how universal this is, basically.
Yeah.
Like, this one, yes, it could work with this. I mean, it has a couple of synergies. But at the same time, it can be random as well. Like, I hate the lottos in my case. So, it can revive the lotto instead of the glue. So, yeah.
That's nightmare.
Yeah, so, no, I agree. I agree. I think this is better.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah. So we have these scissors, which basically give you 3% damage increase for every destructible. What do you think about this one? I think we're gonna disagree about this one, by the way.
18?
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna say something else. To be honest, it is A tier for me as well.
What did you think I was gonna say?
Oh, I thought you were gonna rate it lower. To be honest with you.
I'm someone who doesn't pick up a lot. I'll be honest, because sometimes this is just like me just being a little bit silly because I forget. Sometimes I forget to destroy things, but obviously when there are runs where you are destroying like lots of things, especially when you're in the respite domains or something. You have the
dude, the adventure.
Oh yeah. Oh, bro, I didn't even think of that combo.
Yeah.
What? I did not even think of that combo.
That's why I try to think of it of like the swarm perspective. I had dude, this can go really hard.
That's changed my life, and that is something that has to be tried out when I can.
Bro, it can be insanely good. Like if you do one adventure and you get the one that gives you like where you can destroy, there are 30 of those. Do you know how much? 30, freaking 30. You know, 30. That's like 90% damage increase already.
Oh my gosh, that is crazy.
This could be broken. I would even put it top A tier, to be honest. Just for the fact that how much damage it gives you.
Oh, do you know what?
Again, this is for Swarm. This is for Swarm.
No. That's why I'm saying, do you know what? Like, having all that damage can be so much better than, just even having one 3-star blessing.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So,
and even let's say you don't run adventures, so every node in the map you'll probably have one per, on average, one per node.
Yeah.
So let's say in a swarm run, how many nodes are you gonna go through on average? Maybe 15 potentially. And you have to remember the respite one gives you already just 3 on its own.
Yeah. So I would say that's a good average number, 15, 16.
Yeah. Yep. So multiply. So that's an easy 45% damage increase, which is insane in my opinion. I would if you were oh, this is S tier, I would have gone with that. But I think let's keep it at A tier. Top A tier.
Yeah, do you know, I was literally gonna say, don't you think you could probably move it to S
I
tier?
definitely could move it to S tier.
If you chose your paths wisely in Sim Universe.
Yep.
Holy moly! Imagine just picking that scissors and just finding so many adventure runs.
Oh, it's insanely good, especially if you're running Elation, which gives you a lot of adventure. Bro, I had a run where, oh my goodness, I destroyed so freaking. I think I had 300% extra damage or something like that from this scissors.
What?
Yeah. Insane, dude.
Crazy. That's
insane.
Crazy.
I can definitely put it S tier. I think it's even above this one. Trust me, it's so freaking good. Would I put it over this? I don't think so. I
think they both they do the same thing, but do you know what I mean? You have to destroy stuff to get those, and you need cosmic fragments to get all the extra damage.
But you can think about it from the perspective of you can lose the fragments but you
Oh,
can't lose the destruction of like whatever you destroyed.
True.
Technically.
True. True. But
I think this has more synergies with the other curios, meaning
Yeah.
like there are more things that would allow you to gather more fragments for the robe versus how many you can destroy. The only thing that could work with the scissors is this one, which increases the drop of the destructibles in the run. But even then, it's like, to be honest, I can go either way. These two are insanely good. I would still take the robe. I can go either way. I think it's S tier though, to be honest. Because as I said, like the more I thought about it, the more I'm like,
Yeah.
yo, this is actually broken. Even like
Right.
if you don't pick up anything and you just like destroyed a couple of containers along the run, you're gonna easily have like, as I said, like maybe you destroyed 15 containers. You probably destroy more. I would say even 20 per run. 20 multiplied by 3, that's like 60% easy. Which is insanely good, which is comparative to you can compare it to like 400 fragments with the robe ish. Or maybe 300. Yeah, my math is not mathing. It is 400. It is 400. Yeah, 64% versus 60%. Yeah, I'll stick with this. I think it's S. I think it's definitely S.
Reasonable. I
Alright.
think it could shift, just depending on what you are doing. Obviously, as you said, there's ways for you might accidentally lose all your fragments, but at the same time, as you said, there is so many ways to get so many fragments back.
Exactly. I think basically this has potentially higher ceiling, more opportunities to have higher ceiling than this. But I think the floor for this is actually higher somehow.
Yeah.
But I think it's fine. I think maybe later on, if they do something about like, oh, you can do certain things where you destroy more containers or like destructible objects, I think this can become the better one. But yeah, let's see this one. So cosmic fragments not received upon winning battles. Oh, I hate this one.
That one is booty cheeks.
It's terrible.
That basically counts as a negative, okay? Because
yeah, when I get it, I'm like, oh no, not this one.
no matter where you are in your run. Okay, most times no matter where you are, because 5 battles is a lot. You get that early in your run, you're getting no fragments. You double it, maybe you get like you might even reset your thing as well. So you might even only get like 30 to 60 fragments from that. Or if you get it late game, okay, you're still missing out on 5 battles worth of fragments.
Yep.
Might not even be doing battles. As again, you can go into adventure, you can go into a blank domain which might not even have anything in there.
Yep.
So
It's terrible. It's doo-doo.
booty. That is booty cheek.
Yeah, it's like, I think it's definitely last one in D tier.
That's negative. I don't care about the double bit. That's negative.
Yeah, it's like pretty much, even though it's part of the positive ones, I think it's terrible. I think it's absolutely terrible. It can ruin your run actually sometimes. But yeah, well, we don't need to dwell too much on that. I think it's like, I think it's the worst one, easy. Let's see this one. The current exploration will not terminate if your team defeated on non-boss battle. Instead, oh yeah. So basically this revives you and the Curio is destroyed. As you said earlier, skill issue. If you're using this one, if you actually get to use it, I think it's even worse than these, to be honest, because like this, okay, it's still a little better than this, because this one revives one ally, I think, and this one revives the whole team if you lose. And it stays destroyed. Well, both of them stay destroyed if they're used, but yeah. Is it better than the cheese? I would even say the cheese is better, to be honest, because it's keeping you alive actively, versus this is like, you might get revived if you lose.
And again, if you might not lose, do you know what I mean? And if you get the cheese randomly, fair enough. Like again, it's shit.
It's fine. Yeah, it's
30%.
Yeah, exactly. It's gonna help you somehow. But this one is like, you might not even get to use it, which is the case for this one as well. Yeah, no, that one is easy D tier. Ooh, this one, okay. Space Time Prism.
That's what it's called, not space cheese.
Yes, space. I mean, it literally looks like the cheese one, but like if we put them next to each other,
Yeah.
it is space cheese. It is space cheese. Where do you put this one?
A.
Okay, interesting. Don't you think this is S? I think A is more correct, by the way, but I thought you were gonna say S. I'm not gonna lie.
Don't get me wrong, I do think it's insane. It is fun and everything. Again, like for example, when I use my Kafka team, I'll have okay, not my Kafka team. That's a bad example. When I use my Mono Quantum team, I have Sealer, I have Fushuan,
Yep.
and I have Silverwolf.
Yep.
Getting an extra Eidolon on any of them, I'm sure is not a bad thing whatsoever.
Yep.
They might not be the best Eidolons, fair enough. But when I use my Kafka team, for example, I'll most likely skip it because I have Sampo and
Exactly. Yep.
E6 already.
I think
So
it highly dependent on which team you use. I think if you have 5 stars, which you're likely don't have them on higher constellation, like you probably have them at E0. Then it's really good, even if, like, as you said, like, oh yeah, it's not the best Eidolon, but still, like, if you think about some of the characters, Fushuan will give you 30% extra crit damage.
Exactly, just off the boat, and then on top of that, you're running a Mono Quantum team. Can I quickly just check the Eidolons? I know it's not an Eidolon video, but
Yeah. So the E0. So E1 Fushuan is like 30% crit damage flat when you have the field on. And then you have Sele, I think, increase her crit rate when the enemy's health is lower than 80%. And I can't remember. Silverwolf, I think, gains back some energy when she ults, which is still pretty, like, all of them are really good. But what if you're running, as you said, like 4 stars? And
again,
you can potentially have them already at E6, so like this doesn't do anything. So this has potential to be S, but I think it's just A. Where do you put it in A? I think it's somewhere here.
I'll put in A. Where in A? I'm looking.
So I think it's better than the robe. Is it better than?
It's better.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Again, I'll be honest. Like me personally, I choose a lot. I do choose a lot.
The space cheese?
Space cheese.
Oh yeah, I do too, because most of my teams are 5 stars. I'm not flexing or anything, but at this point, most of our teams are 5 stars.
But I guess if you're saying it universal, I mean, say like, I don't know. Even if you say free to play, I'm sure most free to play.
You have some 5 stars.
Yeah.
I think like on average, you probably have 2 or 3 5 stars on your team.
Yeah.
Like if you think about, like, some of the teams are mostly ran, it's like, oh, you have your hyper carry, like let's say Mono Quantum, you have Lynx, who's the 4 star. Maybe you have QQ and Lynx. So generally it's like 2 or maybe 2, let's say 2 on average, okay? I think it's still like, it's like, for example, with Fushuan, it's 30% crit damage flat. I can't remember all of the characters, but like it highly depended on your team. But I think it has a higher. Okay, maybe the robe is better. Maybe the robe is better. The only thing is, like, I find myself personally, and this is a bit biased potentially because I don't use a lot of 4 stars when I'm running in Simulated Universe, because it's just the one team, right? So you can put all of the 5 stars, you dump them in the one team. I find myself picking this one up over this, especially in Swarm, because this is good, but this has potentially more potential with me having 5 stars. And as I said earlier, it's like in some paths, this doesn't help you nearly at all with the 40% extra damage. So this is a toss-up for me. This is a toss-up. Is it better than these, by the way? Like the glue and the extra blessings. It might be even something like this, to be honest, now that I think about it.
This one's a little bit confusing because, again, if you talk about something like at its peak, okay, like, again, for example, it's a random example, but you might have like I don't want to say C5 because C5 is pretty broken already as it is. You might have like a C1, maybe, and then the E2 is broken, not C, sorry. E2 is broken, or I don't know, but I feel like the cheese will always be good,
Yeah.
or like 80% of the time. Because think about it as
Yeah.
well, you might.
Even for 4 stars, you might not
Yeah.
have them at E6, to be honest.
With me, I'm lucky to get all my favorite 4 stars I used to E6. I got
Yeah.
Link to E6 already.
Right.
I got an Asta to E6. I got Sampo to E6. I got Natasha to E6.
Yeah, but you have like E14 Yun, for example, which is one of the better
yeah.
4 stars.
Yeah.
So
but,
it can still be useful, is what I'm trying to say, even in those cases.
Yeah. Again, it could be. Yeah, again, it could be useful. But this is I'm just talking about like in general.
Mhm.
With the robe. Oh, again. Okay. Bro, this is hard now. Now,
I know.
As soon
I
as I
know.
said the robe, I thought about it. I was like, oh, actually, I don't think. Like, it could be also very good. It could be very good.
I
Again,
think this is more usable than the robe for like this is more applicable than the robe, like in most cases.
I think at this point in the game, even for free-to-play players, yeah,
You're gonna have
'cause
5 stars.
again, unless you're very lucky or you've just decided to be one of them people that skip to get a E6 character,
Mm-hmm.
you can use the cheese. You
Yeah,
will
yeah.
use the cheese.
Yeah, true. And I find myself like I keep thinking about it from the perspective of like, okay, in most cases I find myself picking up the cheese over this.
Yeah.
Even like let's say the best case scenario, you're running hunt, even then like I'll be probably picking up the cheese because the hunt wants to kill, but in swarm you're not killing. So
Yeah.
I think the cheese is better. Is it better than the glue? I think the glue is still better, just for the fact that I mean the glue you get just one time 3-star blessing.
That's low-key what I'm thinking. I'm like, fair enough, you get a 3-star blessing, but a whole eidolon on it can be it could be 4 characters,
Agreed.
3 characters, 2 characters. What?
I agree.
Put in A.
Yeah, I agree.
In A.
I would even like I'd be convinced to do this, to be honest. Or do you think the glue is still better?
No, even with the robe, like again, I think like, oh, actually, oh, Sora, man. Okay.
I mean, to be fair, the glue, as I said, like has some synergies that are like some 3-star blessings are make or break your run, in my opinion. It can have more impact, but at the same time, you can get some garbage ass blessings.
Yeah.
So I think the robe is more universal somehow. I think I can go with this. I can definitely go with this.
I also do think though there is very little error you can go with the glue because, for example, okay, you might reset it twice and you might not get one like an amazing one, but you might get, every 6 attacks they get frozen. But that is an amazing one.
Yeah.
But do you know what I mean?
It's not like you can still benefit, is what you're trying to say. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. I think it's still better than this one, though. Like the robe is still better than this one, but I can get behind the glue stain there. That's fine.
Change it, but I do like even thinking about it. You could happily put the robe higher than.
Yeah, I think it's split in hairs. To be honest, I think it's absolutely fine.
Okay.
Cool. We still have a couple more we need to run through, so let's try to get it faster. Lotto. The Curio one is D tier for me. I'm not gonna lie.
Can you get bad ones from that one as well, like the negative periods from there?
No, you don't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Wait, which one is which? Hold on. So okay. It's not D, to be fair. I think it's somewhere here. It's middle of C. It's like when it hits, but I find myself most of the time not even getting one curio out of it.
I would put. Do you know? What
and even if you get a curio, you're like it could be like a random ass curio.
Yeah. yeah. Sometimes you be chilling, you get a curio, it pops up. It's a propagation one. You don't even have a character that benefits for that.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's an abundance one. You don't even have I've got preservation characters. Why do I need abundance?
And technically, it could hurt you even in the sense, even like if it's not like a huge hurt where it's like, oh, as you said, like, oh, I'm getting abundance pieces, and I'm running, I don't know, like something that doesn't. Well, okay, abundance is usable in general, but let's say you're running hunt, and you got some nihility stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like,
It's like you're running your monoquantum team with hunt, and then you get the nihility, like the nihility one. Technically hurts you because now the nihility ones are going to be appearing more often. So yeah, I don't know, like, and as I said, like it could ruin your run because, like, let's say you break the containers just before the boss, and now you have 1 health on your characters.
that's happened to me before. I'm like,
Exactly. It can be good. That's why I didn't put it in D. It can be good, but it can easily ruin your run, and it's, I don't know, it's not that worth it. Do you think it's fair to put it in middle C tier here?
I would still, no matter where I am in the run, I will choose it over that mark, that the paper.
Okay, put it aside your gambler side.
Again though, okay, fair enough. Yeah, you could get a bunch of random curios, but sometimes a bunch of random curios can be good. Like, when
You
do
sure
look
about
at-
that? You look at the D tier. Are you sure about
Okay,
that?
okay. From the D tier, you get the cheese, cool. You get this disc, okay, cool. Fair enough. You could get 99.
No, but
could
you
still,
can literally get nothing. That's the issue.
uh,
And you just lose your health.
it's not about getting nothing.
Yeah,
Okay,
no, but
it is about getting nothing, but
yes, exactly. I mean, I'm not saying it's a little garbage. It can be good.
it's conflicting, guys. Okay,
But okay, so let's think about these that are on the, like, in front of it, right?
Okay.
Maybe I would put it above this one, just for the fact that, oh, it can net you something good.
Yeah.
But to be honest, any time of the day, I will be picking up these two instead. Unless, again, if you're talking about fun factor, this is a lot of fun. Whenever I start like a normal SU or even sometimes Swarm, and I see this,
Yeah.
I'm like, you know what?
Like,
It's still
early on-
early in the run. We could actually
Yeah.
get some good shit. But
Early
most of the
on.
time, I'm like, oh, okay, we got nothing, and I'm 1 health now, which is
Yeah.
fine early in the run because you can heal and shit. But still, like, you picked up a curio that is not gonna do anything for you. You could have picked up, like, oh, I don't know, like this one or whatever else. I mean, it's better than these, to be fair. It's definitely better than these. But from here on forward, I think every other curio is better than it.
Okay, agreeable. I agree.
Cool. I think, as I said,
agree.
like, of course, we joked about, like, oh, it's D tier, but I don't think it's D tier. It can be good, but the variance makes it a bit weird because, as I said, like, you can even pick up some synergies. Like, oh, let's say you run in a robe, for example, and you have like 2,000 fragments, and then suddenly you pick up, where's the one? This one, the one that gets rid of your fragments once you have more than 500. I'm like, the run is ruined.
It is fucked. It is fucked.
So yeah, I don't know. It's not the best. All right.
Nah,
The next one is the destructible one that gives you more destructible objects. What do you think about that one?
Low key, not even low key good. Good.
I think it's decent.
B, A, low A, nah, B.
Nah, B. Yeah, B. Absolutely B.
Sorry.
I think SmackDown in the middle for B. I would say the advanced forward is better than it.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. Just because this one, okay, think about it. This one is pretty much more fragments as a start, but it can also synergize very well with this one. But it doesn't synergize. I guess it synergizes with the fragment curios as well. Okay.
Yeah.
I can put it here. What do you think? I think this is a fair assessment for it.
Yeah. I would pick this personally over the advanced sword thing, even with like, not like the healing or the purple. Like, sometimes, do you know what I mean? You might be low on technique points, and obviously the technique point things are minor, but sometimes they can. Especially in
Oh,
sport,
you know
they can-
what? Oh yeah, it gives you those as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, like you can get
Oh,
more health
right.
as well, more fragments. Like, it does
True.
range.
True.
Again, it does go synergize well with a few of these things as well, such
Yeah,
as
the
um
scissors.
the scissors, the robe,
Yeah.
anything that gives you more fragments as well. Do you know what I mean? Like you're getting so many,
Mm-hmm.
you might be getting like you're getting double the fragments you're usually getting anyway.
Yeah, I
So
agree. I totally forgot about the techniques thing as well, which can
yeah,
somehow like sometimes can, it makes the run more comfy pretty much.
it
Especially in
does.
Swarm, you actually run out of technique points at some point.
Yeah, yeah,
Uh,
exactly.
okay, yeah,
This-
I can definitely get behind that. I don't think it's better than these scissors. Um, I think these scissors can have way more impact compared
yeah.
to this one. But here, I think it's a good spot for it.
Again, like you
It's
only
the
pick
most
those
average, like decent
like
curio you can pick up, basically.
like you will pick it, but at the same time, you don't really care if you don't pick it.
Yeah, I think it's like, oh, I don't know, like I got Lotto, I got this one, and then I got the Parchment. I'll be like, you know
Yep.
what? This one is way better.
Yeah, exactly. I
I might
agree.
consider the advance forward one, like let's say later in the run, for example, or something like that.
Oh yeah.
But still, like I think SmackDown here is absolutely fair because, as I said, like you can also think, oh, but has higher ceiling if you have like the scissors or whatever. So yeah, I think it's fine. I think it's okay. Cool. Yeah, but I think they talk about it here. The HP technique points restored for destructible objects are affected, which I actually didn't know about. So that's interesting. Cool. So the cassette thingy, the Punk Lord mentality. This reminds me of Silver Wolf every time I see it.
Yeah. You choose first, and then I'll tell you how I feel about it.
Um, so this one I think it's pretty good if you're not, especially if you're not running Silver Wolf.
Yeah.
However, if we're talking about Swarm, I found myself like matching my team to the weaknesses.
Yeah.
That's first of all. Second of all, in Swarm itself, you can get the ability. Like, let's say I'm running Blade, so I want wind weakness.
Yeah.
I find myself. Of course, you can get the possibility to add wind weakness to the, to the final boss.
Yeah.
It's good when you're running through the normal, like the battles in the middle, but generally, like you're not gonna have issues with those anyway. I think it's okay. I would say like looking at the other Curios where I would put it, I think it falls somewhere below B, to be honest, somewhere here. What do you think?
I'd probably put even lower than the blessings, to be fair.
Lower than this? I can get yeah, I can get convinced that's the case.
It,
Is it C though?
um, it could even. I'll be honest. I would probably even potentially put it in C.
I
I
can.
feel like I would pick entropic dice over that only because
Mhm.
it is only 3 turns. Don't get me
Yeah,
wrong.
that's a very good point. Yeah, I was thinking about that as well.
For the boss, usually 3 turns will probably be like good enough for you to break the boss's shield. Most times you probably do have like something quantum or something that can break the boss's shield as well.
Well, I run Blade
Um,
mostly on Simulated Universe, but yeah, it can be helpful. But as you said, like it's just 3 turns,
and then after that, like it
and then it's
is
gone.
yeah.
Yeah,
it's-
I think I can. Okay, yeah, I'm convinced. I'm convinced. I think it's still better than the entropic thing because, as I said, like this is like consistent.
yeah.
This one is like can hit something good, but can also hit some random shit. So I think I would still take this one over it. But I'm convinced it's C. I don't think it's B. I don't think it's B.
Okay.
Cool. Let's go to the next one. The other glue, which basically randomly levels up a blessing. I think I mentioned it before. I think it works very well with this one, by the way, because if you have this one, all of the level ones are going to be upgraded, which means it will upgrade whatever is not a level one.
Yeah.
But what do you think about this one? I'll let you go first.
It is something I don't. Oh, this is crazy because I do like gamba. Okay, I do like gambling and I do like random stuff. But if it's like you're just leveling up one blessing, okay, obviously it depends what character and what team you're using. But for when I'm using my mono quantum team, for example, or I'm using my Kafka team, sometimes for example, like obviously, yeah, you were saying how good elation is, but
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
say I get one of those like 1 star elations that don't really do much for me.
mm-hmm.
It's kind of like, I mean, if it upgrades one of those, I'm just like, you reset it and it upgrades like I don't know, a propagate. Sorry, these are just. I'm just saying the ones that I don't use a lot. Like it
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
upgrades a propagation one. I'm just like,
Right.
well, none of this is useful for me really.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
But obviously, it it could always go in the good ways. You even said, oh wait, it could have been used. What with the what was it with earlier that you said?
The like the goggles thingies basically.
Yeah, yeah. So
So where do you think
honestly,
it would land basically?
where would I choose the glue over those realistically? I could honestly put it in C tier.
Really? Huh.
Out of everything I've seen, okay, I would probably have it above of the punk lords mentality,
Mm-hmm.
but I would rather choose a blessing over that, like a blessing of my like of the role that I want, or like again, I would rather if the blessing is good, I'd rather choose that. The advanced forward thing, again, it could still possibly like it always depends. Yeah, I mean, again,
Right.
the destruct like destruction, destroy double objects that could still be better than that, but at the same
Mm.
time, you could very well get an upgraded 3 star, a good 3 star,
Exactly.
good
Especially
two
like you have
star.
to think about that. It might give you an upgraded 3 star. Not it might. It will give you an upgraded 3 star when you finish an elite.
Yeah,
And it can hit like really key blessings. You have to also remember that when you refresh, it will also upgrade another one again. Um, I disagree that it's C. I was thinking potentially top B, to be honest, in my case. Um, and the reason behind that is
mm,
sometimes like when it hits that, because if you're gonna have it in your run, most of the like 1 chance out of 3, it's not gonna be good blessing that you're going to be upgrading. It's not like the bless. Well, I mean, you can refresh, of course, but like you're not guaranteed that the blessings themselves are going to be good. But still, like guaranteeing that something is upgraded, I think it's actually pretty good. Like we put this one in S tier, and I think the same applies to this. And sometimes it can even like it will even like upgrade level 3s, level 2s. That you might, for example, would have taken another one instead of it, but since it was upgraded, you'll be like, you know what, this being upgraded can be really good, and you pick it up. I found myself that like I find that happening quite often whenever I have this glue. Um,
okay, where in B would you put it then? Show me.
I think in B I would put it somewhere here. I would be even convinced to put it above the scissors, to be honest, because the scissors you use it the one time and that's pretty much it. This one stays with you for the whole run, and it can pair up really well with this. But if we're talking synergies, then this also have synergies, so we don't talk about that. I think this is very consistent in the sense you're gonna get an upgraded one every refresh, uh,
Yeah.
which can hit like with the amount of times you're gonna see blessings, you're gonna hit some good ones at some point, including like 3 stars, as I said.
Okay, you have swayed me. You have swayed me too. I
I
can
think
see
I
it.
was like even before. I mean, I saw your points as well. Like I was even considering putting it here, to be honest. But with some of the points you mentioned, yeah, I can definitely see it missing more often than hitting. To be
Yeah.
fair, so I think somewhere here is absolutely decent. Do you think like it should roll back a little bit more in the B tier, or do you think that's a fair assessment?
To be fair, as you said, even with the ghost ticket, it's a bit more. It's not more It is more situational actually. Like
Mm,
it is a good thing. Again, you can get bring back 2 good broken curios,
right.
but at the same time, the glue you're using it more, and it's gonna be around more than the scissors anyway.
Yeah. Exactly.
So
Exactly.
yeah, I see it. I see it.
Cool. All right. The next one. I don't think I've ever gotten this one.
Well, which one's this one?
Triangular drum roll device. When choosing paths for the first or second planes, you additionally select one already enhanced blessing for the corresponding path. Additionally, wait, what? When choosing paths for the first and second plane. Oh, okay. So it's one time. I don't think I've ever gotten this one.
I can't lie, I've gotten all of them, but I don't remember getting this one.
Yeah, I don't remember this one either. When choosing paths, so I guess like when you start the plane for the first and second planes,
Yeah.
how would it work for the first plane? If it's just at the very beginning. Oh, maybe you get the curio at the very beginning of the first selection. You can already select one already enhanced blessing for the corresponding paths. I'm not sure what this means. I'm not sure what this does, to be honest. I might just leave this. I actually don't know.
Yeah, leave it for now again.
Yeah, I actually do not know what this is, what this does. So I'll try to hold on. Let me add row below and say haven't used. I actually don't even remember what this one does. Or like I don't think I've even gotten it, to be fair. Let me check in the game. I don't think I've ever gotten it. Hold on. So Curios. No, I did get it. But I still don't know what it does.
I feel like I've only gotten it once then. Like,
Yeah, probably, yeah. The
it
one
sounds
Mhm.
by reading it, it sounds like you only get it. Not only you'll get it once, but when choosing paths for this first and second planes, so it's, you can additionally select one.
It doesn't say domain, which what each tile is, if I remember correctly. I'm not sure what it, when it says choosing the path. I'm not sure what it means exactly. I doubt it's like every node that would be broken. But yeah, we'll keep that one for now. We'll keep that one for now. I don't know what it does, so I'm not gonna comment on it. So the next thing is the silver coin. I think this one is okay. Even like at its worst, it's still gonna benefit you. At its best, it's a really good increase in fragments. Like let's say you have 1,000, it's gonna give you 500 basically.
Yeah.
But for the most part, it's gonna average out maybe to like to 200 fragments or something like that when you pick it up.
Yeah.
Which is okay. It's not amazing. I would potentially put it somewhere here in the middle of C. What do you think? It's still better than the lotto for me.
I think 200 fragments is better than 30% damage.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I can get behind that, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I can definitely get behind it. I don't think it goes above that though.
No, I can agree with that.
Cool. Yeah, I think that's a simple curio. It works well, of course, if you have fragments, but if you don't have fragments, it's kind of useless.
Yeah.
So yeah, cool. Ooh, this one is good. Family ties. So it's all about family.
About this earlier. You spoke about this earlier.
Yeah, I mentioned this one earlier. It's 30% damage. It's 30% damage for every curio that has been destroyed. To be honest, I think this is S tier.
Okay, let's first
at the lowest, it's A tier.
Okay. Yeah.
Lowest.
I was gonna say first, let's look into what can be destroyed first.
Okay, that's a good point. So what can be destroyed? You have how many? The lottos. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But these generally don't get destroyed often.
Yeah.
What else do you have? You have this one that can be destroyed. You have this lotto again. So there are. This one can be destroyed as well. There's definitely a couple of ones that can be destroyed. I don't remember what
Yeah.
these two. This one does. I can't remember what this one does. The cog thingy, the cog looking thingy.
I'll check.
Oh, it's just a passive one. Okay, okay. It just like reduces the prices pretty much in the shops. Yeah.
Okay.
I haven't picked these up. The drinks. No, I think you mentioned you picked them up in your case, but I don't think I'm not sure if those get destroyed or not.
I've only got them once at the end of a run, so I'm not too sure.
Okay. But yeah, overall, I think even like let's say you have one, just one that is destroyed. That's already 30% damage.
30% guaranteed damage is
Bro, that's insane. That's really, really good. And of course, maybe not S, like it's not comparable to these two, for example. Yeah. But I would put it somewhere here.
Okay.
Like 30% damage is nothing like again, just one broken curio. That's 30% damage. So if you have like generally you might have like 2 or 3. Like in average runs, you might have 2 or 3. Maybe let's say 2. That's already 60% damage increase. Just like that.
Yeah.
I could be convinced it's top A, but maybe it is top A.
Because sometimes, you
don't have any.
Maybe always one. I'll say definitely always one, because I will always pick the glue. Yeah. As I said before, I wasn't too fond of this triangle, the triangle one. And even with the gamble ones, as fun as they are,
right?
Those are also like, do I pick it up? Do I not pick it up?
Right.
If I've picked up the gamble ones already, and say I do have like 2 of them broken, because sometimes I have picked both of them up, as well as this family ties one.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
But I guess it's not S though, because like its ceiling is like what, maybe 150% damage, which is nothing compared to these two. Well, not nothing.
Yeah, it's still a lot, but it's very to get to, if that makes sense. It's very
Yeah, you have to like the average is gonna be, as I said, potentially like 2 broken curios, because as you mentioned, like glue and the triangle, in most runs, if you get it, you're potentially gonna pick it up. And also like they can be repaired, which means this loses somehow but it's overall it's like it's good. I don't think it's S tier. I think you're right. I think is it better than the cheese? I think it is better than the cheese.
Again, it could also be perspective, because if you also think about it, you can give 3 or 4 5 stars an extra constellation, which is which could also even out to the same.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, let's say even you pick it up in the middle, not even let's say I'm not even saying you pick it up at the beginning. Like let's say you pick it up in the middle, you'll be on the lookout for destructible curios, which means you can easily get like 30 or 60% damage, which is, by the way, like think about it, it's like 30% per curio, which is like the number is insanely good.
Yeah.
Is it S tier insane? I don't think so.
No.
The only S tiers I see, like these are insanely good. The goggles is like it makes your run like it compounds so much. Like improvements to your run. This one is like, it can be really good. But like in worst case scenario, it might not even give you anything. So that makes it like not really good. I think top A is fine. I think it's better than the space cheese, but I think that's a fair assessment for it.
Okay.
Cool. The next one is, wait, I think I scrolled down because I was looking at the other one. The Medal of Glory, Blood Air, whatever. So this one gives you a random 3-star blessing, and it says like when you go into an occurrence, it removes the occurrence, and then it gets destroyed. I like that the fact that it gets destroyed because it can work then with the previous one we were talking about.
Yeah.
The random 3-star though, I know it sounds good. It is good, but it can be like it's random, so like it can be anything.
And very well vary, exactly.
It's all right. Yeah, as KitKat said, it's like it's all right. It's decent. I think it's like top C tier.
Yeah.
At
Maybe
best, it's probably
even-
somewhere in B.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe even beat, because again, a 3-star blessing, maybe 80% of the time it's alright. Depending on what team you're using, you might have no shield, so and you get a preservation one, booty cheeks.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Especially preservation, because preservation, if you don't have a shield, you don't know.
Exactly.
Yeah, so we have KitKat here. So what does the triangle thing do? We read it. We didn't understand what it means. I think I got it in one of the runs, but I don't remember what it does.
Yeah, I've got it as well, but I don't remember ever getting back to it.
Yeah, it's like when choosing paths for the first and second planes, you can additionally select an already enhanced blessing, which I'm not sure what that means. If you can explain it in a simpler manner, we can evaluate it. I would really appreciate that. But like meanwhile, like for this one, it could be potentially better than this, to be honest. Even the advanced forward thing. I think it's somewhere here. What about this?
I think getting a 3-star blessing is
It's pretty good. It can land in a really good one.
yeah.
Like even if you're like, let's say it's not even the main path or anything, most 3-stars should be beneficial unless like, oh, you get some garbage ass preservation one that where you don't even have shields.
Yeah.
So what KitKat's saying about the other one, by the way, I think it's after the boss fight in plane 1 and plane 2, you get an extra blessing option that's enhanced.
Oh, maybe I do remember getting it then.
Oh, dude. Oh, so you get like an enhanced 3-star, basically.
Yeah.
You know what?
Could be enhanced 3-star.
Enhanced 3-star is really good.
I think that goes.
I think top B. I think absolutely top B. I would even put it in A, to be honest.
No, it's like, oh, we might be wrong.
Oh, okay. So it's not a 3-star. After you choose your first blessing, you get another set of options. Oh, so okay, so kind of like how I understood it, basically, where you pick it up and then the first time you get a blessing, you just get another extra choices of blessings. Oh, okay, that's kind of mid then. I think it's somewhere middle C then. Maybe since it gives you potentially, if you pick it up later, it doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
So
probably.
I think somewhere here. Maybe even even here. What do you think?
I guess you need to get it in the first plane, and do you know what I mean? So you can get like bonus options for.
No, but it's just the one time.
Oh.
Like if you're in plane 1, it's gonna give you an extra option, like an extra set of options.
Yeah.
And then if you get to the second plane and then you fight someone and then you get blessings, you get another round. Like let's say you chose a blessing and then it gives you another choice of blessings. Which is okay. At maximum, it gives you 2 blessings if you pick it up early. That's why I'm like, it kind of reminds me of this box, but at least you choose.
Okay. Yeah.
I think somewhere here is fine. I think maybe better than the part. No, I think the parchment is better, to be honest. What do you think?
The thing is, you know how I feel about the parchment. Do you know what I mean?
I know you hate the parchment.
That's why I'm just hey. Okay.
Okay, let's agree that it's better than the lotto at least.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, is it better than the parchment? Again, like the parchment thing, as I said, like it still can save some of your runs. because it stops
Yeah.
your enemies from gaining like because especially for enemies that gain damage the longer the fight is, I think it helps in those cases.
That is a W take Kit Kat, honestly. That is a
It
W
should be
take.
moved to S tier. Yeah, I mean, I tried my best for Dejan to not put it in A tier because I think that's what he was thinking.
I agree. I agree.
We still have the other lotto, which I think is better, by the way, but we'll get to that. Okay, so these two, the triangle and the random 3-star, are we good where they are right now?
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I
All right.
feel like until I know what this one does properly, I'm cool with the triangle being there.
Yeah, as I said, like, so let's say you're in the middle of the first plane,
Yeah.
and then you pick it up, and then you do a normal fight. So when you end the fight, you get like a choice of blessings, right?
Yeah.
But you get just the one choice of blessings. When you have the triangle, after you chose that blessing, you get another
Oh.
blessing choice, basically. Like you get another one, like
Yeah, I
another
guess
round.
that's pretty booty cheeks, man. That is very booty cheeks.
Yeah,
Are
it's
you
all
serious?
right.
It's
All
not booty cheeks, sorry. Yeah, it like you
eh,
get a choice of another blessing, I guess.
yeah, but it's way better
Yeah.
than this, for example,
Yeah.
because this one is 1 or 2 and it's random. To be honest, I'm kind of thinking to drop these to D, these two.
Oh, Kit Kat.
What?
He wants to come through, I think.
Pull me in? Oh, you want to jump in? Hold on. Let me see. Let me give you the
Kit Kat's gonna
role.
be like, this whole list is wrong.
Let
Angel
me.
Dispenser S tier.
Okay, I give you stream chatter. You can jump in. Hello.
Hello.
Hey man, how's it going?
Yo.
All right.
So Lotto S tier, you said?
Yes.
Justify it, Kit Kat. Justify it. Tell him why it's better than everything.
If you have a good healer and you have their ult up, or you just make sure you hold on to the ult, then the downsides for Big Lotto isn't that bad.
S
Yeah,
tier already.
I mean, if you have Locha as well, you can use his technique. I get that, but it's like I've been disappointed so many times with the Lotto. It's like so high variance that it's not worth it in my opinion. But I can see the upside.
I mean, Fishron kind of hits, especially if I like Cohen.
Mm-hmm.
Pulls you back up fully. No cap.
So okay, do you think maybe it's like I wouldn't go as far as to say it's B tier. The highest I can go potentially is like high C tier.
I see tier. What would you move it?
But yeah.
Would you move
What
it
is your
higher?
criteria for like, the different tiers?
I think it's like general how often would you pick it, or like kind of like a ranking of like, okay, if I'm getting these 3 for example, I would be picking this one like the random level 3 be above the like let's say the advanced forward one. That's kind of like how we're putting them. It's there's no particular S tier is like, at least in my mind, S tier is like, oh, I'm nearly always picking it up. A tier, I'm picking it up for the most time, but like with caveats. B tier, so it's kind of like that basically. D tier is like, oh, I nearly never pick that up. So that's how we're going about it, at least. And that applies for Lotto, to be honest, because I do pick it up sometimes, but I would rather not.
Let me tell you something. If you have Lotto and then you have that green disc in D tier, then the downside of Lotto is non-existent.
Oh,
Wait.
this one.
Because with the green disc, your characters don't take damage like the first time they're hit in combat.
Right.
Nah.
You literally just get a free turn to just heal back up.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I'm not saying like if you get the Lotto bringing you down to your to 1 HP, you're gonna die, like the run is doomed. But there are cases where, like, let's say literally just before Swarm, and then boom.
That's just before Swarm, then you should have like healer techniques up and everything.
Right. But like, well, I mean, Loacha is like you need to attack first, and if you don't have enough speed and they attack you first, then you're kind of boned. But yeah, you can still circumvent it. I'm not saying like, oh, it's gone 100%, but also like the Curios, it gives you a random Curios, so like you don't know what you're gonna be getting either. Like we're talking about like even this one, the dispenser one is even I would consider it negative, to be fair. But again, it can give you some of the higher level ones as well. So I can be convinced it's top C tier, but I don't see
Is
it
this
being
Lotto
better
that
than
gives
these.
Curios or blessings?
Sorry, say that again?
Is this the Lotto that gives blessings or Curios?
No, this one that gives you Curios.
Okay, then yeah, you can keep it in that tier. The one that gives blessings goes up.
Yeah,
Higher.
the blessing one is definitely higher as well. Like that's what I said earlier. Is like I think the blessing one is pretty good because the downside is not that bad. Like you're gonna lose your energy and your techniques.
Is
Let
the ticket on the right the one that it like reduces the cost of enhancing
yeah
and resetting?
yeah this
I'll
one.
put that in like A tier.
This one.
Yes.
How come?
Rerolls are good. You always want to have your rerolls, right?
Okay.
It just makes your rerolls cheaper, and it at the end of the run, before you fight the boss, it makes all your enhancements cheaper. So it's like you just get a lot of value out of it throughout the run. It's like it doesn't seem like much, but like it just adds up.
Yeah, I guess it does add up, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think even him saying that now, you could probably even move that in front of the parchment one.
You mean this one,
Like
right?
in my opinion, like
The society, the purple and yellow ticket, yeah, that one.
Yeah.
because
Yeah, go
like the
ahead.
main thing is just when I'm doing like a swarm disaster or just like a regular SU run, I'm always using my rerolls if I'm like trying to force like the path resonance or like look for specific blessings.
Right.
And just
Yeah.
having more rerolls and like making it cheaper, it's just you're just more likely to like hit the stuff you want to get.
You know what? That's absolutely fair. I wouldn't put it A, to be honest. I can see it being like somewhere in B. But like
I could even move it to like, sorry to just interrupt.
Yeah, go
I would
ahead, go
move
ahead.
it to like even around the double object one. Do you know what I mean?
Which one, sorry?
Like move it near the double object one. Which one is that?
Oh, this
called?
one, the triangle one?
No.
Oh.
No.
It's the little
The-
bag, purple bag.
Yeah, the
next
little
to
bag.
Oh, this one. Yeah, middle of B, basically.
Yeah,
Somewhere here, you mean?
because again, it is still, not even still, kind of, it is very universal to the point where, as KitKat said, when you're forcing past resonance, or you are resetting enough, because, for example, you do get these runs where you're not getting your resonances at all, and you are resetting. So.
Yep. Yeah, I think you're right there, because I'm underestimating how much we actually roll.
Yeah.
And how much that actually consumes from your fragments. Like seriously, it's like you're saving 10 per roll, which it definitely adds up. Yeah, I'm convinced. I'm definitely convinced. I think this one's still better. Like even fragments wise, if you think about it, this will probably add up more than this, and it has synergy with the scissors as well, as we mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
I think middle B. I'm convinced it's definitely middle B. Yeah, I can definitely see that. Again, like at some point, like we might do a pass, like, oh, which one is better? But I think so far we've been doing that as we go. When you put something in the middle of B, for example, it's like, oh, is it better? Is this better or this better? And we kind of discuss it. The lotto, the normal lotto, like the Curio lotto, I think it's too high variance for me. That's my issue with it. It's like, you can easily, like, you pick it up at the beginning or something, that's fine, but if you pick it up at the end, it's like
One more thing. The thing at the very end of C tier, I think you also bring that up.
Yeah, so we talked about the rerolls, right?
Yeah, so I think that one actually goes in A tier, because you get an extra set of rerolls and it's free.
Yeah, I get it, but it's still, I think it's worse than this, to be honest. Like,
think about it this way, okay? if you like the whatever blessing you have, you can just take it, right?
Yeah.
But the fact that you get an extra reroll, and you can still reroll on top of that, so you go from 6 options to 9,
Oh, it's
but you
not
have six
saving.
options for free, basically.
Right, it's not just saving, it's also like an extra chance to reroll.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, dude, I didn't think
You
about that
have
actually.
9 chances of hitting a blessing you want versus just 6.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get basically 6 options for free.
Right. No, I think you're right, actually. Damn, okay, I didn't think about it that way. I think,
Yeah.
where do you think
I'm
it
here to
would,
put up.
sorry,
I'd say it goes A tier.
where do you think, Dejan? KitKat says A tier. Where do you think? I think for me, it's still B. Maximum low A tier.
I'm just looking. Because yeah, I'll be honest. I do see how good that is, but then it also makes me think, would I move the dice down? Obviously, yeah, the dice is so good, but
This one?
the dice that randomizes all your curios.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm comparing them, but for example, the blessing thing, like you're saving more stuff anyway, and you are getting more options to, whereas picking the dice, it just randomizes everything and still has the potential to F a lot of stuff up more than getting a free reset or still get, or like, again, you're trying to force your path resonance, as KitKat said earlier. So
I think it's not
giving
just
you more of a boost
Mhm.
in, it's giving you a more advantage in Swarm or whatever you're doing in Simulated Universe than the dice.
But the thing is, oh, you mean like this one is better than the dice, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I thought, yeah, I kind of agree, because it goes back to what I said earlier about like consistency.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, like the randomness is fun, but in these like modes, like in these types of games, consistency is very key. Like anything that adds to your consistency can be very good. I think I was looking at this from the perspective of saving fragments only, but I forgot that it actually gives you an extra roll pretty much, which I think is actually pretty decent. I think, is it better than the gold thing? I think it's not.
Is that the gold one where it's like you get
It gives you
6%
6%.
bonus?
Yeah.
I think it's better.
You think it's better than the 6%?
Yes. And the reason for that is for the 6%, you want that at like the beginning of the run, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually for both of these you kind of want them at the beginning of the run.
Pretty much, yeah.
But with, like, let's say before like the second boss, you just like full buy stuff from the shops or whatever to get whatever you want from like the herder shops.
Right.
You're not getting as much value out of the 6% anymore. But with like the other blessing, you can still, even if you have like no fragments, you can still reroll.
Yeah, but I think the reason why I would probably take the gold one more, like, because of the synergies that it might have with having more fragments. For example, like the robe we talked about, like it's one of the best curios you can pick up. So potentially having more fragments is, I mean, of course, it's more versatility in the sense of what you can buy from the shops and what you can upgrade. But at the same time, if you hit the robe, then it's going to be even better, and you can just save your fragments. You don't even use them pretty much for the most part. That's why I still potentially give the edge to the gold.
Sorry, I went toilet. Can you quickly just fill me in? Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah, no worries. So KitKat basically is potentially asking, like, okay, maybe this should go like this. Like the reroll one should be better than the gold one, which gives you 6% every every battle of your fragments. The argument is, of course, is that you might use your fragments, and if you use your fragments, the gold one doesn't give you as much anymore. It doesn't give you much value.
Okay. Yeah.
Which is fair. But my counter argument is that if you have more fragments, you still have the like synergies that you can go with the fragments, in the sense that, like we didn't talk about the tooth yet, but you can pick up the tooth later on, or you can you can have already the robe or something like that. So having high number of fragments can be can be good, or like has more synergies with other curios, in my opinion. Like you can pick up the silver one, for example, which can give you even more fragments. Overall, I think this is more versatile from the sense of synergies with other curios. What do you think about that?
Me, yeah. Where did you want to move it to, Kit Kat? What, like to B, or just like lower or just like lower?
No,
than
it's
the-
already
Like
an
soccer
A.
positions, basically.
Yeah, so it's an A, but he's making the argument that it should be above the gold one.
Yeah, again, I do kind of agree. Not kind of. I do agree with Sora here, as he said. Like, for obviously you are going down a path where you are saving, but whatever you're saving, regardless, whether you're saving for the credits thing, or you do get the tooth thing, or you upgrade all your blessings at the end of the round.
Yeah.
At the end of the thing, like, I feel like the benefits are stronger than just getting a reset. if that's
Yeah.
fair.
I think it's split in hairs because we're literally just discussing which one is better in A tier. I still think the gold one takes the cake, but I can definitely see the arguments you made. I mean, I literally had it in C tier. But the extra roll thing definitely helps with
Here
consistency.
to advocate for all the ones that contribute to rolling.
Yeah, no, exactly. No, but to be fair, I totally forgot about the fact that it gives you an extra roll technically. I literally just thought, I literally just remembered that the fact that it makes the roll for free, but it actually gives you an extra roll, which is really good. But yeah, I think A tier, low A tiers is absolutely fine by me. It's still better than all of these that I'm looking at here. And sorry, say that again.
I think part of the reason I evaluate so highly is because like for pretty much every roguelike mode or like game in general, having more rolls is a lot more power just because it improves your consistency.
True. Yeah, that's what I was mentioning to Dejan earlier. It's like we were talking about the lotto and stuff. Or like we were talking about like re-rolling with this, for example. It can be really good, but like the fact that it could potentially be bad is not great for these types of modes, basically. It could be very detrimental. We'll talk about some of the other ones like the mask thing later, but and I need to hurry up because we've been doing this for like an hour and a half now. But yeah, like consistency is very good in these modes for sure. So yeah, let's pick it up again from the black hole trap. So this one gives you 10 cosmic fragments for each ally whose HP at maximum when you win the battle.
I never picked this one because personally, I mean, Kit Kat might, again, he sounds like a fragment saver, okay? Like, he might think differently from me, but 40 fragments, okay? Don't get me wrong, sometimes I can finish fights with full health, but I don't see 40 fragments being like, wow, this is the best thing.
But
in the
every
world.
fight though.
Yeah, but it's not gonna be every fight because sometimes there's fights like, for example, with the what do you call them? The guys that come back to life.
Yeah, the bugs.
The Mirror Strike soldiers.
Yeah, the Master
right.
soldiers. Like, you'll kill them, they'll come back to life, and they might just tap you for 500 damage, and like, nice, cool.
Yeah, but if you're running abundance or you're running like Loacha, for example, being on 100% health is actually very easy, and it can be a lot. It can add up. Like, I know it's 10 sounds very low, but it's actually pretty decent. You guys got to nowhere. Yo, Sky. Yeah, we're still no, these we're not doing, by the way. These are already done, but we still have a couple more, and that's why I'm trying to hurry it up a little bit. So where do you think this one goes? Let's start with you, Dejan.
I'd say
No, you go Kit Kat. You go Kit Kat.
I'd say probably somewhere around C tier.
Okay.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah.
I think it's definitely C tier.
Low C tier.
I think it goes. To be honest, with certain teams, it can be better than the silver one. To be honest, like if you have Loach, as I said, like you can easily like get 20 fragments, and you have to remember, like if you pick at this one early, this can add up really, really fast.
True.
So I think it's better than the silver
would-
one.
I would put it below the silver one.
Would you?
Yeah.
I mean,
The
the thing.
had-
The
With
silver
the
one's
silver
oh,
one,
sorry.
it's like I've had many runs where it's like, oh, I see the silver one, and then I just take it, and it just lets me get to like the next purchase of like a certain curio or blessing.
Mhm.
And sometimes it's like, okay, if you get the silver one, just having like the immediate cosmic fragments to buy whatever you want on like the very next shop or whatever, or just
Right.
having them for rerolls, really helps
Yeah.
out the run.
Like, I
And
agree with
it also
that.
has like higher highs than that one. Like with your argument with
True.
like the gold coin one, where like you just have the synergy with the other cosmic fragment curios.
Yeah.
The silver one also benefits with that as well.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. I think it's the point, especially about like the higher highs. I absolutely agree with that. If you're already like rolling in fragments, if it's, let's say you have like 1,000 fragments and and you just see the silver one, and it's like, damn, okay, 1,500 already with the robe. It goes even more brazy. So I can definitely see that. Is it better than the parchment? I know, Dejan, you hate the parchment that much. I don't hate the parchment as much as you do.
I'd probably say the parchment is better than that, to be fair.
Really?
I would take 30 flat damage over 40 cosmic fragments.
I think it depends where I am on the. Of course, it depends where you are in the run. I think you want to pick this one earlier to benefit
Yeah,
from
I
it.
mean, I'd say parchment is better for it, just because parchment you can just take it whenever. But this
Yeah.
one, you only get you only get value out of it if you get in like the first or second plane. On
And
the
you
third
have to
plane,
have a team that heals as well.
yeah.
Yeah. So triangle gives you 2 blessings basically. I'm not very happy with the triangle one. I thought it was better than it actually is. I used it probably just once, but 2 blessings, and not only 2 blessings, but like potentially just 1 blessing versus a bunch of curios. Fragments. I think this one better than the triangle. I think
With the triangle,
I didn't use it that much. That's why I'm like, I
another
don't know.
thing about it is it's the second set of options is based off whichever path you choose.
Oh, so like if you're running hunt, it
So
only
after
gives
the
you
boss
hunt.
fight, if you choose like the 3-star remembrance blessing, it'll give you options from remembrance after that.
Oh, so that's what the path wording meant. It's like,
okay.
because we're talking about is like, what does like the same path means? Like what do they mean by that? Interesting. The first and second planes you can additionally get already, and it's already enhanced as well, which it can give you something pretty good. Okay. I see how it is. Then we're definitely putting this lower than it should be. I think it's better than the parchment then, to be honest. And I think it goes something like this then. Is it better than the silver? Nah. I think this is fine. I think this is absolutely fine. Yeah, if you have, of course, like any objections, please chime in.
Yeah, of course. No, don't worry. I will chime in, but I agree with you. for
Yeah,
now.
because it's like how do you say it? Like, I think we're reached the point where we're splitting hairs about certain curios, basically. Okay, the other lotto, the better lotto. So this one basically gives you random blessings, but if you don't get anything, it gets rid of your energy and technique. I think energy is absolutely
This
fine.
is the curio one.
No, this is the blessing one. Oh wait, this is the curio one? No, it is the blessing one.
No, never mind.
So the blessing one, I think it's way better than the curio one.
Yeah, technique and energy isn't really.
Technique kind of hurts you, but not to that extent. But the energy one is, especially if, like, because generally you worry about elites, right? Or like the big fights, and you get that energy at the start anyway, so it doesn't really matter that much.
Yeah.
And getting random extra blessings, for the most part, they're gonna help you, even if it's not something that's gonna help you that much. It might unlock some side path, or like the extra path resonance. Like, let's say you need 3 destruction to to get this side resonance, whatever you want to call it. I think it helps you with those. It can pick up something good as well. So, where would I put this? I'm thinking. Hold on, let me think. I'm
I
thinking
was
this
going
could
to
be
s-
somewhere mid B, to be honest.
I
I
think
was
it would
gonna
go
s-
lower B.
So you think this is better or worse than the random 3-star?
Honestly, I think they're about like the same level.
Yeah, I would take, because since this is also random, like if you choose for this one, this would have been better. But
Yeah.
like this one potentially giving you more, it kind of gives it the edge. I don't think it's better than this though. I think it's like I can be convinced it's like this or this, but I think it's here. What do you think, Dejon?
I was gonna make a point, but it was actually a bad point because it was kind of like I wasn't listening. Because I was gonna say, couldn't you say the same about the Curio one? Because you can technically just have a ult ready to heal you back up or something like that. But I guess blessings and Curios are also. I mean, getting random blessings and getting random Curios are on different levels. So having
I
that
mean,
in B tier,
you can argue getting more blessings, more curios is better, but again, anti-synergies is a thing. Like you can pick up some curio that literally can ruin what you have going on right now. Which it's more than you think actually. There are cases where that happens more than you think, but not to that extent. It's probably like 10% of the time or whatever. I don't know the exact number, but yeah.
also
Um,
as you said, blessings, random blessings are always welcome. Like, fair enough, maybe they might not help, but most of the blessings, really and truthfully, they're not like. There's more good blessings that will help universally than there is bad blessings that wouldn't help.
Yeah, it's like it could be as some random, for example, like let's say you're running monoquantum and you get break effect. You're not gonna benefit from that, but it still adds a little bit to your run.
Yeah.
It's not the best, but it's okay. And as I said, like the downside of it, you lose what energy and technique points. That's absolutely fine, and you still have a curio that is broken, which you can replace with a die, the die one or the. You can get it back with this, or you can get damage from it with this guy. So I think it's all right to have, even if it's broken. But yeah.
Okay.
Uh,
Mid,
yeah. Do you want to add anything to it before we move on to the next one?
nah, mid B is perfect.
Cool.
Mid B is perfect.
All right. This one, I hate this one. So this one basically is when you get this curio, you get basically double the fragments, but you don't get blessings anymore. Only from combat. You can get it from other with other means, but from combat you don't get blessings anymore, which is mostly where you get
Occurrence
your blessings
gamers
from.
rise up.
Sorry, say that again.
Occurrence gamers rise up.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say for a moment. I was like, as an occurrence gamer, okay, personally, I'm not fighting with this one. Again, I just find occurrence more fun. Like, it's just random. But obviously, this isn't just about being random, okay? But yeah, as Kit Kat said, occurrence gamers, you rise up.
I mean, this could be
There are
broken.
better
Let's just be
ways.
honest. This could be broken if you have the robe. But if you don't have the robe, yes, you can use the fragments in other cases. But like not having blessings, especially like let's say you're running what do you call it? Like the hunt path, destruction path. You want to go through those battles basically.
Yeah.
It kind of goes against what the path is for. Even if you're running Nihility, for example, you can still get battles here and there. So overall, it's like I've found it not to be a great curio, only in certain circumstances where it can be really good.
So yeah.
I would say middle C here for this one.
I'd say bottom of C.
Okay.
I I also agree with C. It's not something that, again, fair enough. I can always go into occurrence, but at the same time, there are choices where you can't go into occurrence, so you aren't then that happens. You won't get a blessing. So
Yeah, and I forgot that it applies also to elites, basically, where you're not getting you're not getting blessings from elites.
It also applies to the boss fight.
Yeah, exactly. Like elites and boss fights. It's like you're
Oh,
not getting the good shit. I would even put it in D, to be honest. Now that I remember that. I think I would put it in D, to be honest. I remember picking it up early on. I was thinking, oh, this is going to be good if I pick up some good shit with it. And it ruined the whole run because I had nothing. Literally had no blessings whatsoever.
I'd say top of D or bottom of C.
I would go
Mainly
down
just
as...
because
Mhm.
you can potentially have synergies with it, like with the rogue, with the other fragment generating ones.
Right.
But for the majority, it's like you don't want to pick it up.
Yeah, and I guess like in my mind, like I would only pick it up if I already have the robe. Like that's the only case where I'm picking this up.
I've been wanting to try to get this one early on because I'm trying to go for the daring. I'm trying to go for achievements. So there's one where you
Right.
need a
I see.
ton of cosmic fragments.
How much do you need? Like 3,000 or something like that?
Let me double check.
Right. But yeah, Dejan, like, so you agree, like bottom C, somewhere top D? I think for me
Yeah.
top D,
You
to
need
be honest.
to have 9,999 cosmic fragments.
What?
Or more.
What?
I think you need like literally every good like fragment curio pretty much. Meaning like you need this one, you need the gold one.
Yeah, you definitely need to stack all the cosmic fragment generating ones.
You need this one as well. Oh my god. You definitely don't need this one. But yeah, my argument for top D is most of the time it actually ruins your run. For the most part.
Yeah.
But there are some cases where it's actually good with the robe. But even then, like, you're getting damage, but you're not getting the blessings to help you with your run. You can definitely... Yeah, I don't know. You need to pick it up early, but then if you pick it up early, you don't pick up blessings. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan. I think it's D. I think it's D.
Look, realistically, it is the
Yeah.
again, if you're going through a certain way, or like
The fragments
you are-
way.
or you are on a certain pathway, it's like you're not fighting too many enemies anyway. What, for example, Elation, you can change a bunch of them to adventure domains instead.
Mhm.
So, and then I'm sure you get fragments from adventure domains as well. So that would double, which is good,
Mhm.
but only if you're going one way, obviously, which is a fragment way.
Right. Yeah, and that's my issue with it, is like, you can only do it in one way, which is not great.
That's cool. That's
Again, like
cool.
flexibility, and yeah, like flexibility is very important in these modes. Cool. So the next one is the one that gives you extra damage from techniques. So it's increased by 200%, which is like 3 times basically the original damage. It increases the technique respective character's max HP. Wait. Yeah, it's basically more damage for technique. I'm not a huge fan of this one. It's okay. Especially if you pick it up early on, you breeze through the plane, like the first plane. But if we're talking about like, is this helping you with the last boss, which generally what you care about? Yeah, kind of. It's like on the same length as the parchment, but I think it's worse.
Yeah, it's definitely worse than parchment. I'd
Yeah.
say go in D tier.
Yeah. It's like, it reminds me a lot of parchment, but parchment already takes 30% health of the enemy, which is actually pretty good. And it's also like any enemy that comes into the picture, meaning like if the bugs are coming in afterwards, they still take 30% off, whereas this one only applies at the very beginning. I think it's still better than the cheese.
Yep.
But I think that's the best we can put it. You can argue this one is more useful in certain cases. I can have a debate which one is better, but I think this one is worse, to be honest.
Yeah.
Dejan, you're on the same wavelength?
It's not something. Do you know what? I've picked it a couple of times, yeah, because I think it does big damage, yeah. Because you see 200%, you're like, holy shit. But I'll be honest, every time I've used it, I'm like, what does this actually do? Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's ever been
200%.
noticeable different.
It's just the
It's-
technique damage basically. So
Yeah,
like
it's
let's
200% off your technique damage, and most character technique damage
it's
it
doo-doo.
doesn't scale well.
Yeah, it's doo-doo. And it says like, oh, it says it also further increases by 200% techniques perspective. I didn't even read this part before, like the health part. I just see it with Silver Wolf, it does decent damage, but that's pretty much it. Or like with Blade or whatever. But yeah, it's eh. Okay, so this one is borderline negative Curio in my eyes.
It is a negative Curio.
Yeah. This one is so freaking bad because especially in Swarm, you easily collect 500 fragments.
Yeah.
It's not like you do a couple like maybe 3 or 4 battles and you're already at 500 fragments. It's
Yeah.
so bad. Whenever I see it, I'm like, why are you giving me this one? I freaking hate it. And there's
Bottom
no
of D tier.
Oh yeah, absolutely bottom T tier. Is it worse than this though? I think it is actually.
Yeah, I'd say bottom of D tier because like there are many times in like when you're doing your clear where
Mhm.
it's like you can't get to a shop. There are no sharp shop nodes,
Exactly.
and then
Exactly.
it's guaranteed to make you lose everything.
And the thing is, like, it would have been good if there are ways for you to manipulate. Oh, I can get a shop here.
Yeah.
Then it's like, oh, it encourages you to go to more shops because it's giving you more fragments every turn. So you need to visit more shops to capitalize on that. But for the most part, like that never happens. It's even because this one we were talking about this one earlier. It's like for 5 fights, it doesn't give you fragments, and then it doubles what you have, which is borderline negative, but it's still not as negative as this one.
Yeah.
Because I look at this one, it's like literally just getting rid of your fragments, pretty much.
The first time I did Swarm, I got that, and I was like, "Oh, this is a good. That's good." Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, you're getting a lot of fragments.
I'm closing into 500. I'm sweating. Do you know what I mean? I'm like, "Oh, I need to get to a shop." And obviously, I don't get to a shop.
There's no
I
shop.
Go back to 0. I'm like, "What the hell is this BS, bro? Like,
Yeah.
why am I?
Yeah.
Why did I pick it? Horrible, horrible.
Yeah, it's very.
So-
I don't like this one at all, personally.
The worst thing about it is just it's not classified as a negative curio, so you can always reroll into it.
Yep.
It literally brings down the value of the lotto that gives you curios and
Yeah.
the rerolling lotto.
Yeah, because we were talking about earlier, it's like it can technically give you something that is bad, which what we meant is literally this one, like especially this one. It's like, oh my god, it's so bad. I think some of the cuckoo bird thingies is better than this one, to be honest. But we'll get to those. We've been thinking, by the way, I'm not sure if you've seen KitKat, but like we were thinking about ranking the negative ones. Basically the ones that negatively impact you the least.
Okay.
Those are higher tiers, but I think we're gonna do like just a separate tier just for those, or we can just put them on the same tier list. It's fine.
We can put them on the same tip. We can make one like negative and then put like which one's worse.
This one goes into the negative tier list.
Yeah. Okay, so the next one we have is the cavity one. I like the cavity one. Crit damage, it's not as good, of course, as pure damage boost.
Yeah.
However, like for the most part, it is gonna be very, very good. I had a run where I had like 1,500 fragments or something. I mean, again, that's a very like an outlier run, but I got the cavity and I was like rolling in crit damage. But it's still pretty good. I don't like that you lose the fragments. Because if you think about like comparing it to the robe, for example, the good thing about the robe, you still have the fragments. You can still use them if you need to. You don't want to for the most part, but like sometimes you want to upgrade something or like you want to buy something. It still gives you that freedom. This one is good, but the fact that you lose all of the fragments might hinder you. Like let's say you have a synergy going on with fragments with the gold stuff, and like you pick up this one as well, and you may be like preparing, maybe you can pick up the robe. But let's say you're at the end of the run and you pick up the cavity one, it could be really good, but it's not as good as the robe in my opinion. Where would I place it? I think for this one, for me, potentially either top B or low A.
I'd say B.
Okay. What do you think,
Um,
Dijon?
Quickly, well, why would you prefer at the end of your run?
This one?
Just because you build up the cosmic fragments.
Yeah,
Okay.
because
Allowing
like it
persist
consumes the
crit damage.
fragments basically.
Yeah, basically think about it as like you lose all your cosmic fragments and it just gets converted to crit damage, and that's how you get like 500 plus crit damage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is,
Okay,
by the way, it's still pretty good, but it's not as good as flat damage increases like these, for example. And it consumes as well, as we said. It consumes your fragments, which you could have used for something else.
Can you show me where in B you guys would put it? Only because I've used this once. Again, I had a lot of cosmic fragments, and I was using my sealer team, so I did do a lot of damage with that. But other than that, usually I am using my Kafka team and Swarm. So
Yeah, you don't need crit damage for that.
yeah.
I think I would put it, and I forgot about as you said, like dot teams, for example. But I would put it somewhere here, like top to mid B tier, pretty much.
Yeah. Okay.
Alright, that's fine.
I think this is fine. I think it's better than the scissors. These scissors, the one that refresh the uses. I could be convinced that it's better than this glue. Because of like the peak of it, but this adds consistency though. So no. I think it is here. I like it like this. What do you guys think?
I like it like that.
Cool.
Yeah,
Cool.
makes
sense.
Sounds good. Okay, so the next one, this one I think so this one basically it's 8% flat damage increase to any swarm related thing, like any swarm related fights.
Yeah.
It's okay.
It's C tier. 8%.
Yeah,
is not much.
it's fine. Like, but it's not much exactly.
So it doesn't stack, no.
No,
Actually-
exactly.
Oh, booty cheeks.
Let me see.
I would
Probably
put
not-
I would put it somewhere near parchment, to be honest.
Yeah.
No, it's nowhere near parchment.
Ooh,
Really?
what?
Yeah, because with parchment you take 30% off their max HP. This is 8% damage increase, and when you consider all the blessings you get that increase your damage percent, it gets really diluted.
Right. Yeah, but the again, the parchment, the issue with parchment is it's 30%. Like generally we're talking about like the boss fight, right? It's only
Yeah,
from the
so
first phase.
Think about it this way.
Mm-hmm.
If you take the boss, I think has like the same amount of. Oh, I'm not sure about this, but I think the boss has like the final boss for Swarm has the same amount of health for all phases, right?
Okay.
You take 10% or you take 30% off its health in the first phase,
Right.
and it has like 3 phases, so that's like basically 10% off its health.
Okay.
So you can think about it as like, okay,
Yeah, 8
you only
basically.
need you can do like how do I word this? But basically, you can ignore 10% of its health.
Mm-hmm.
Versus this is just gives you 8% damage, and it's not even like 10% increased damage on like all your sources. It's just 8%.
Yeah, I think I see what you mean. I generally don't pick this one up. I actually prefer the parchment over it generally, and also it's limited to swarm as well. So in the in the grand scheme of things, you're not just fighting swarm monsters in swarm. You're also fighting like other elites and shit like that, which the parchment works on.
Again, for me, propagation's not a path I've went down. And obviously, when you fight the swarm monsters, they give you propagation blessings. So
Yeah, but like it's the swarm enemies, but also the bosses, or like the last boss, pretty much. Which is again like it's not a big enough sample size for how many enemies you're fighting throughout the run. First of all, and as KitKat was explaining, basically like the 30% is actually 30% minus health to the enemies is actually more valuable, pretty much. I think it's somewhere here. I still put it potentially above this one, to be honest. So that's why I said it's like somewhere near parchment. It's worse than parchment, but it's still flat increase in damage. maybe like you can convince me because we don't use it on a lot of enemies. It can roll down a little bit further. But other than that, I think it's somewhere here. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was
I'd
really
also
looks
like.
correct.
I know even I don't really rate the fragment one, but
Mm-hmm.
even with that, like as you said, if you get that early, you are getting bonus 40 fragments for
True.
what
True.
more floors. So maybe that would be more of an increase in damage in like total of maybe what you're resetting or what you're upgrading in total than just having that flat 8% damage.
Yeah, and I find myself also picking these more, to be honest, even though, like, generally, I nearly never pick this one up, to be honest. I think it's eh. Like, if there's nothing else I can pick up, I'll probably pick it up, especially at the end of the run, but yeah, it's eh. All right, cool. Another one of the curios that I don't really like. I know you like this one, Dejan. The reroll of all of the blessings.
Oh, this one is just funny when you pick so many blessings. Okay, I just click it and why not? You just see what blessings you get. Maybe they could be good, maybe they'll be bad.
Right.
But especially if you already have your path resonance, yeah. Like
Mm-hmm.
sometimes, like what is the harm in doing it?
There could be a lot of harm, in my opinion.
Everything goes into preservation.
Everything goes into preservation, and then you have the strongest Jeopard shield in the whole world.
What if you're not running Jeopard?
Then you deal with it. You deal with it.
I think this one is doo doo.
realistically,
I think this
yeah,
one is doo doo. To
this
be
one's really-
honest.
This one's D tier, maybe low C tier. Obviously,
Absolutely D tier.
I'd say
Obviously-
D tier.
D tier, absolutely.
Let me make my point.
Okay,
Let me make my
go for
point.
it, go for it.
Okay. Okay. As I said, say you start the swarm, you fight one enemy,
Mhm.
you don't get anything from these extra blessing trees, or you don't get anything from your main blessing tree. Cool. You fight your next enemy, nothing. Third enemy, nothing. All right, cool. You're getting nothing for a long time. You get to the elite, bang, this curio drops. Say less. Click it. Good curios. End of the day.
It's not curios, it's blessings.
Blessings, sorry, blessings. Trust me, just believe. You have to believe.
I know
That's all
it
you need to
increases.
do.
I know it increases the chances of like getting higher level blessings.
Yeah.
But if you're playing the mode well or like the right way, you're already getting what you need. Like even like let's say you said, oh, like let's say you do a couple of battles and you don't get what you need. Well, I mean, you should be
Yeah.
picking up the good ones out of the shit that you got, basically.
No, of course.
Hmm.
But then they might just be like, again, for example, me as someone who doesn't use much abundance characters, okay,
Hmm.
I'm not gonna go down the abundance path, okay.
Right.
I'm happy with D tier though. I won't fight it too much because this is just again, this is just more.
I
I'm
know
being
it's fun,
goofy,
and
yeah,
I know it
being-
has its own application, but I'm
I
praying.
will-
I'm praying whenever I'm re-rolling, I don't get it. Like, let's say I'm using this dice that re-rolls your curios. I'm praying I don't get this. Literally, like this is could ruin my run. Like I already, because okay, you say I can pick it up early on. It's not gonna affect you that much early on. That's fine. And even then, it's like if I already picked up a couple of good ones, I don't want to re-roll them. And then later on, generally, like at the end of the run, you're like if you already don't have a good run, you're screwed anyway. Maybe you pick it up then, but like the times you apply this curio are not that much, and most of the time it actually could ruin your run.
Yeah.
Is it worse than these two though? I would even say it's worse than this one too.
I
it's-
think
Ooh.
that's fine.
I think this is fine. I think it's still better than this. I
Are
don't
you
know.
saying-
The amount
are
of
you-
negative.
Are
like,
you saying
Uh-huh.
you would rather get 2 curios that wouldn't work over a mask that would randomize all your blessings?
Especially if I have my run established, I would rather not. Like, I would rather get a negative curio.
Okay, I made my
Yeah.
point. I made my point. I stand by my point. Fool's mask isn't as foolish as you think. Okay.
Okay, what do you think, KitKat?
I think its position here is fine. Like,
Okay.
obviously, yeah, as Dejan has said, you can use it to like salvage a pretty bad run and get better blessings.
Right.
But the fact that when I do my runs, yeah, as you said, I'm always re-rolling
Mhm.
for like stuff I want on my path or like the side options for blessings that I want.
Right.
And the main thing is just having everything be randomized. You can end up with like a bunch of 3-star
Nihility.
blessings off like yeah, you basically get blessings from a bunch of different paths,
Yeah.
and then you don't get any of the blessings that synergize with it.
Yep. Yeah, because you're crafting your run throughout the run. Like basically, you're picking up blessings that should be working together. Even if you're not getting the best blessings, you still like curating which blessings that you're picking up, and then suddenly it's like boom, randomize everything. Even if you get higher level blessings, as KitKat said, it's like that's not guaranteed that they're gonna be working well together. So yeah, I think this one is still okay. Because like let's say you randomize and you get this one, right? That's still fine. That's still absolutely fine. If you re-roll and you get this one, especially if you have something good going on, you'll be like, oh, what the fuck, why did I get this one? So, but is it worse than this one? No, I think this is one of the worst. Easily the worst. I think this, I'm happy with how it is right now, to be honest. All right, cool. The next one is gonna be, I don't think I've ever picked up this one that much, because just for the simple fact, so this one basically reduces the price becomes 70% of the original price for transaction domains, exactly. And that's the issue. It's just transaction domains, and you generally don't go to those that often.
Yeah.
My opinion is just D tier.
I can see D tier as well, but I think I can make a case for it being low C tier, to be honest. Just for the simple fact that it's not like, in any case, like it's not affecting you negatively at all, first of all. And second of all, you can still save up from it. Go ahead, KitKat.
From what I see, I think C tier is something that'll contribute value to your run no matter what. And right now, the D tier is stuff that can negatively impact you or could end up providing no value to your run at all.
Right. I guess that falls into that. That is true. Like looking at these, for example, these two, or like these four here, or these five, rather. These five are like, if you get them, they're not going to ruin your run, but they're not adding much to it either, which applies to this one. I think if there was more transaction, what do you call it, like nodes on the map, this could be better, because if you ever play Stay of the Spire, for example, if you get like the thing that lowers the prices on the shop, that's actually pretty good. But in that game, running through a shop is almost guaranteed, for example, which is not the case in this mode. Like you have to go out of your way to go to it, basically.
Yeah, another thing is just, first off, you have to go to the node. Second off, you might not actually have what you want from the shop.
True. Yep. Yeah, I agree. And at 70% is also not that good. I mean, it's okay. It's okay. But like for the amount of transactions on the map there are, it's not worth it. Like you'll be fine picking it up, but it's not gonna help you much. I would still pick this up over these, to be honest.
I'd take the green disc over it.
You would take the green disc over it? I don't know. To be honest, I'm not sold on the green disc, to be honest. Because generally I'm running, like, especially we're talking about Swarm, I'm not running a team that's not going to sustain itself. So, like, if I'm already going to be falling back on this, then something is wrong with my run. Not gonna lie.
With the green disc, I used to never take it, but I took it once and I was like, oh, hey, this is better than I thought it would be. And it's like, it's mainly just like
comfy.
It's just like a slight layer of safety that still contributes value.
Right. Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like, I see the value of the 70% discount to be higher than just the
Oh,
extra
it's not
confidence.
70% discount.
Yeah,
It
like
reduces
70% of
70%.
the price of the
So it's
item.
only 30% discount.
Yeah,
And like the highest price is like 300, so it brings it down to 210. So you save 90 fragments.
right. But you can buy multiple things, which
Yeah.
can be good.
But the max value is like 90 times however many that you're buying. But
Hmm.
generally, I just find like transaction domains to be kind of overpriced.
Yeah, agreed. I
I'd
like generally,
rather
even if I buy something, it's probably gonna be one or two things maximum.
Yeah, yeah.
like, unless if I'm looking for a specific blessing slash curio to
Hmm.
like specifically help the run, in which case I actually have to try to get it in the shop.
Right.
I honestly just rather save the fragments for the shop at the end and just enhance blessings instead.
That's absolutely fair. I can
W
definitely see
take.
that.
W take. Yeah.
What do you think, Dejan? Do you think the
No,
blue disc is better?
that's a W take. I think again it is overpriced. Even like 210 on what I think is the
Some
Reset blessing
curios and
alchemist,
some
the
level
curio.
3 blessings.
I think that's still a bit like, ooh, why am I spending 300, 200, I mean 210, do you know what I mean? Whereas even like hopefully getting a curio, a good curio from the respite shop is only 120 as well, do you know what I mean? So
Hmm.
I think I'd rather take that risk than spend 210 on a
A
free
curio or
star
level 3 blessing.
curio.
I mean, I
Yeah.
think it's still usable. Personally, I still think it's still better than because again, maybe because of the nature of the teams that I run, I'm not looking for a curio to help me with sustainability. That's why I feel like this is an overkill when it comes to sustainability. And it's only just 3 turns as well for the damage one. It mitigates it only once, which is not
Yeah.
much. And the other part of it that is sustaining you is you don't get CC'd for 3 turns, which is nothing when you're fighting the last elite or whatever. I still think this can come up more than this, is my point. I'm not saying like this is amazing. We already put it in D tier. But I
Yeah.
still think it still has more, like applications, or like it has more benefits than this. But I can be convinced otherwise. What do you think, Dijon? Like, I think you're gonna be the voice of reason here.
Um, I can go Kit Kat. As you said, don't get
Okay.
me wrong. Like I'm running like even my most comfy team is Mono Quantum, literally Fushuan,
Mhm.
Lynx, and already that's like enough sustainability. I can put in auto whatever.
Right.
On top of like, do you know what I mean? Like I don't need the debuff, but I would even say you having the debuff and that one turn of not getting hit, even though it might do less for me, I'm really not going to transaction domains.
Yeah.
Like
I
it's
guess that's
very
the issue, isn't it? Because there isn't much. There aren't much transaction domains, and you probably want to go fight someone and get a blessing instead. A free blessing at it at that. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I can definitely get behind that. I think it's compared to this. I think this is still better, but this one is doo doo. But yeah, okay, cool. So we still have a couple more. I'll try to speed run these because yeah, we're starting to get super late for Dijon and I. Spirit of the Night's Beauty. Gain dice rolls. It doesn't get broken,
detail.
which is eh. I wish it got broken. That way it's like it have some synergies at least, but it's not. It rerolls is not bad. I wouldn't put it D actually. I would put it somewhere in C.
It really depends on your path, to be honest.
Yeah.
Your mileage really varies depending on what path you're running, but I would say it's B tier.
B tier.
Yes.
Nah, personally, I think it's somewhere in C, to be honest. Like, it's one of those cases where I would rather get it cheat than multiple rolls, because literally you can roll multiple times and not get it, of course. It doesn't come up as often. Like, it's a comfy thing to pick up, but I wouldn't potentially put it at B. Like, I'll pick up some of these above it, basically. Like, if I'm offered some of these, for example, I would pick them up instead. Like, I would put it somewhere here, to be honest, if it was me. What do you think, Dijon?
Um, when I do swarm,
Mm-hmm.
I forget about my rerolls. So when I do see this tooth, I'm like, no, thank you. I don't even remember I had rerolls. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Um, Again, as Kit Kat did say though, like when you do reroll though, it it is RNG to what path you are using. For example, there's couple hunt ones which are good. For example, if you're trying
Right.
to get trotters or something,
Mm-hmm.
you can lock down trotters. You can move to different tiles. You can skip like 3 tiles or something like that.
Right.
There's a bunch of like advantages to it as well, but is it
Mm.
some again, maybe it's because I don't play like in such a clinical way, I'll be honest, but
Fair.
I
Fair.
don't think that it is too much of a standout curio for me to want to pick as much as other ones. Like even the cheat one, sorry, just to like change, we're not on it yet, but there's
Yeah.
a
Yeah. Yeah.
cheat one. Yeah, I mean, that's why
Well, we
did I say
can we
right?
can bring that one as well here because it kind of ties into the same thing. But yeah, this is
Yeah,
the cheat one.
there's a cheat one with, do you know what I mean? For rerolls, you could potentially get nothing or not get the one you want. Get a cheat. It's a bit more comfy than just rerolling 4 times. Kit Kat, how come you would put it in B? Like, what's your favorite path to use it with?
I mean, I just use it for like whichever path I'm going. It kind of
Uh,
depends on the path, but like Remembrance has good synergy with it
Mm-hmm.
because you usually have a couple of decent Remembrance ones you can pick. Nihility is really good with it because
Yeah.
with Nihility, it's like for each plane, you're just kind of like taking each whatever dice roll you get out of the pool. So it's really good with Nihility.
Right.
Like because you can just try to roll for a specific one and just create a bunch of blank domains.
Yeah.
yeah.
But even if you don't get that specific one, just having the option to be able to use it is really good with Nihility. With Hunt, yeah, for like whichever path you're running, it just kind of depends on like how many good options you have compared to like just the average ones.
Yeah, because I think some paths, even the blue ones, are pretty decent. Versus like I can't remember which one, but I think the hunt one you really want the gold one if I remember correctly. I mean I think some of the purple ones are also pretty decent, but yeah, I remember hunt is on the higher end when it comes to which ones are good. The blue ones are not that amazing, but the higher rarity ones are way better. And I understand, like, of course, rolling kind of like the same argument for blessings, right? Like if you're rolling, it increases the consistency of the run, which is what you kind of want. But I feel like since it's like just a set number of rerolls, which is not that huge of a number, that's like, let's say if it was like, oh, every domain or like every plane you get the free reroll, kind of like how you do with the blessing one, that would have been really good. But the way it is, like just four, for me doesn't. It does help, but not as much to put it in B tier. As I said, like I also think about would I pick it over some of these, for example. Of course, it depends on the context, but for the most part, I'll be probably picking up some of these over this one. Is how I think about it, at least. And I think the cheat one comparatively is better because again, you guarantee what you want. It is one time, but in a lot of cases it just takes the one time where you cheat, especially since you already have another cheat, to, let's say, for example, like when you were like, let's say for example abundance, you already gathered a couple of like mercy nodes, and then you just want to spread them all over, and then you cheat there exactly in that particular, like in a particular point, rather than trying to reroll and hope you get it. But either for both, I wouldn't put them beyond C. I can put the cheat one top C, but the reroll one, I think mid C is where I think it should be.
All right.
I'm not sure exactly where in mid C. I think I think it's to be honest where I put it originally. I think the parchment can potentially be better. And yeah, like we already ordered these in a way. But do you agree with the cheat one? I kind of put it in top C. Is that like, does that sound reasonable?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just take a random cheat. Why not?
Right. Yeah, the cheat one is especially like if the gold one is really good.
Yeah.
The cheat one can be very valuable. Cool. So the next one is the one that heals you with 20% max HP at the beginning of the turn. Let's start with you, Dejan. What do you think this lands?
At the start of a character's turn, they restore HP. Listen here, okay, this is again a personal thing.
Uh-huh.
My team has Fishwan in there with her light cone, okay? So
Flexing, okay.
regardless of whether I start the fight,
Mhm.
most of the time my team will be on full HP, okay? Most times as well, okay, you don't even need Fishwan. Again, you have Luocha, you have a healer or something. Like
Mm.
very little times at the start of the battle, you'll be low. Even if you're like getting to the last boss, there's a respite domain before that. You'll run into so many of the green, the healing pods, like so many different ways of healing. Sometimes I think these healing curios are only good at like the start of the game. I feel like when you get into the game more, there's so many different ways of getting healing from.
Mhm.
So especially like Swarm, like you get all these different paths that you can go down. Not all these paths, obviously you go down different paths. You get all these blessings that you can get from all the different nodes you are going to most of the times.
Mhm.
Eventually you're gonna get healing. Hunt has a healing one, Destruction has a healing one, Nihility has a healing one, and Abundance is a healing one. Like, need I say less?
So
I
where,
just
where
think
do you think it would rank?
I would put it in C tier. I'm not sure we're in C tier, but I just again my feeling about no, even D tier next to the cheese. My feeling about
It's way better than the cheese, let's be honest.
okay, yeah. I think we did talk about this earlier anyway.
Yeah,
Like
yeah, yeah,
the cheese is booty cheeks, but
yeah.
I'd have it in D. I don't think healing is such a necessity, especially in Swarm. As you said, you are gonna have double self sustain or a really good self sustain unit.
Yeah, but that's the thing though. If you pick this up, you
Yeah,
can since you can download some of the characters, you can technically go more damage and rely on that for extra sustain. Just saying. I think I wouldn't put it in D, by the way. I think it's somewhere
Okay.
top C for me.
Yeah,
Because
I also agree with top C.
yeah, I think it's like the sheer amount of healing it gives you is actually pretty good. And as I said, like in Swarm, you probably want to run 2 sustain. Like I generally run Loacha Fushuan,
yeah,
and then Bronya Blade or whatever else. But like Bronya Fushuan, Fushuan Loacha is like the golden standard for sustainability. Then if you run this, you can potentially get rid of one of them, and just like rely on this to heal you, or like you can. It has some synergy with abundance technically, because if you get healed and you have some of the abundance blessings, since you got healed, you get boosted.
okay.
So even if you don't have Loacha that is healing you with every action pretty much, where you get the boosts, you still gaining that from this blessing. I think it's underrated. I think it saved me a couple of times. It saved a couple of runs where it's like, oh shit, my Fushuan is like got CC'd somehow or whatever it is, and then you get healed enough to survive pretty much.
Yeah, that's part of why I value it. And
Mhm.
like C tier is just because, like, let's say they have the bug that like makes your like character CC'd, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You still get the heal off. So on your healer, if your healer gets CC'd, that's like an oh shit moment. But this Curio will just always heal you.
Yep. Because it's every turn. Like that's why you mentioned, oh, it's near the cheese. I'm like, bro, the cheese is like a totally different like we're not even comparing them, because every turn versus just at the beginning of the battle is like totally different in my opinion. Yeah, I think it's somewhere in top C, to be honest. Would I put it? I think I put it here, even here, to be honest. Is it better than the cheat? I kind of think it is, to be honest.
Yeah, I would say so.
Is there an argument for it to be low B though? I don't think so. I think it's the top C. Dejan,
I mean, moving it. If we have an argument of moving it to B, I guess you can say stuff like, again, if you're picking up a bunch of abundance blessings, if they're working in sync and you're getting healing every turn, for example, what is there a blessing that if you heal a character, they get like attack % bonus or something?
Oh yeah,
like
that's
that?
mostly what abundance does. It's like you gain speed, you gain defense,
I
gain
think
a bunch of shit.
in terms of that, I think that would be pretty useful.
Yeah, and it's not
in
just that. It's
Red
like
Flag as well.
it's not just that. As we said, it's like you can ditch one of your potentially, if you're comfortable enough with the blessings that you have, you can
Yeah.
potentially ditch one of your what do you call it, like sustain units. Like let's say you're like, okay, I'm running abundance already, let's say, or not don't think about abundance. Like let's say you're running some good blessings that heal you already, and then you have this as well. You'll be like, okay, you know what, Fushuan should be enough to heal my team with this Curio as well, healing 20% every turn. Coming up with the martinis soon. Sorry, I get distracted by chat. But yeah, like you can ditch one of your sustains and add like another support, like Tinyun, for example, whatever you're running, whatever DPS you're running, a support that could run with it, pretty much. There's an argument for that as well. And as you know, like the faster you can kill the swarm, the better, just because they keep gaining damage the longer the fight is. So that's why I'm like, I can definitely see it being bottom C, but I think bottom B, but I think it's fine on top of C, because I think these are still kind of better. I can see it, like I can see the advanced one potentially. I might choose this one over the advanced one, but
Yeah, because that's what that's what I was like trying to think of. Like the advanced forward, fair enough. Yeah, 10% is good, but then as you say, and if you can ditch your whole character just to get extra damage, as you said, Fushuan does tank a lot of damage as well as healing you up. So every turn that is going by, your whole team isn't getting really damaged, if you know what I mean, because Fushuan's taking all of that, as well as she's getting healed back up. Whole team is getting healed back up.
Yep.
So again, as you said, ditching a whole character, being able to bring another support or another DPS into that.
Yeah, you can throw in Blade if you have him, because he's one of the characters that you can just, I don't know who to put here. I could just put Blade and he's doing he's doing 100k with his some of his basics or whatever. So yeah.
Oh yeah, one minor thing about like the advanced forward action one is just it's a fun time in the adventure domains.
Yeah, I did mention that. Yeah, it helps you clear those more easily. By the way, if you have Fushuan, definitely use her for destroying the barrels. She's, by like, in my opinion, one of the better ones to use, because she has like such a big AOE on her like attack on the map. Just FYI. Yeah, I think bottom B. I think bottom B is good. We can move on to the next one. Ooh, I'm not a huge fan of this one. It's good, but I'm not a huge fan. Let's start with KitKat this time. What do you think? So the one that gives you 1 to 3 blessings from your current path.
I'd say either top of C or bottom of B, because it's guaranteed at least 1 blessing for your path.
Yeah.
But you have the upside of getting more.
True. And especially, I think the biggest part of it is your path. I think that's one of the biggest, or the most important points. Because we have this one, right? Like that gives you 2 randoms, and we already have it in low C. I would say this one. I would put this bottom B personally. Here, what do you think, Dejan?
I would have moved it up.
Really?
Again, as you 1 second, I need to sneeze.
I guess like when you look at this one, for example, it gives you 1 blessing, and then but the thing is, like, the difference of course is that this one increases the likelihood of that path appearing. So I still value this over this. Well, depending, of course, because if you get like a good side path and you want to go in that side path, this becomes quite valuable. But this is more usable overall.
Is this for like Storm Disaster or regular SU?
Swarm Disaster more, but I guess some
Okay,
of it
then I would
applies
say
to.
the eye goes above the propagation.
Okay.
It goes above the propagation because the propagation is pretty useless in Storm Disaster itself. Like it gives you the propagation path, but the only way for you to get more blessings is to take the propagation fights, and it's guaranteed to give you the blessing.
Right. Oh, but worth mentioning that, as you see, like we didn't put these all because it then becomes a discussion of like, oh, is
Yeah, you could just put one of them and just rate them all at the same place.
Yeah, exactly. So this one represents all of these, basically, is what I'm trying to say. Like
Yeah, I'd say it goes above because
it's this
you have
like the main
higher
path.
upside. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Like I see your point, but I kind of value this a little bit more just because of the point of, okay, like let's say you're running Nihility and you want to run a side path, Abundance or Preservation to kind of keep you alive or like help you keep stay alive. And Millennium Eye. Sorry, got distracted again looking at the chat. But yeah, the Millennium Eye, as he said, it's the one-time thing, but this has effects just beyond getting that one random blessing.
Yeah. Again, how I feel about the blessing things. Not the eye, like
Yeah, like the specific one.
the things. I just feel like the greatly increased chance thing is just silly because I just feel like
It does increase it,
sometimes-
by the way.
like I just feel like that's pulled out the ass how they just read that because you can maybe it's just luck of the draw, but I feel like getting Millennium Eye, it's very little times where I just get one. Even getting two blessings of the same tier is so good. Yeah, I mean you need one more, you can match your resonance, or you get lucky you get three. You get one, that's the worst that can happen, but it is still pretty much the same as just picking a
blessing from your
thing.
path.
On top of that, you might not even get the blessing from the path that you need because it is scattered over a bunch of them as well. So I feel like getting 1, 2, or even 3 blessings from the Millennium Eye is better than
Are we calling it the Millennium Eye from now on?
That's it. That's how I remember it.
Maybe I'm a bit biased, but like there have been times where I just pick this and I get the 3-star blessing. It's like, bang.
Oh,
That's
most
really
of the
good.
time I get one, to be honest. I'm so unlucky with these, I swear.
Like I've had good luck with it. That's why I'm biased, and I would happily put this over even the Galactic.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, let's take the average. You did get 2 out of it. So
Okay.
2 blessings from your path versus 1 blessing from either your main path or your side path that you want, plus an increase in the drop rate in that.
I mean, one other thing is like, since that represents like all of the other ones for their respective paths, right?
Yeah.
What if it's offered to you, but it's not the path that you want to go?
Yeah, we mentioned this earlier. It's like we thought about the fact that this is what makes this particular case tricky. Is that we're thinking about the one that you want, basically, not the ones that you don't want. But I guess we should consider that you might get the one that you don't want. Of course, in that case, you would take the Millennium. Okay, yeah, I can see what you mean. Yeah. I agree with that. I 100% agree with that. Because we did mention it earlier and we made the assumption, okay, it's the one you want, not the one of the ones you don't want. But then it becomes not fair because what if you get the one of the ones you don't want? So yeah, I can definitely see what you mean. I think this is fair. I think this is absolutely fair. Would I put it above the 10% advance? I don't think so. I think the 10% advance is takes the cake, and this is a 3-star blessing. Yeah, I think this is fine as is. Cool. We can move on to the next one. So these I'm gonna rely on you guys because I don't think I got these. I never got these before.
Both of them are negative ones.
Oh, really?
Are they
Well, actually, the pink one. Well,
I
the
mean,
pink one is technically not negative, but the Thalen Toxiflame is definitely a negative one.
Okay, let
'Cause
me. Yeah, go
the-
ahead.
Okay.
No, just. Oh yeah, go on.
I was
the
gonna
issue with
read
this-
it basically, yeah. But yeah, I'll
Yeah,
read it silently.
You
Sorry.
can read it first.
Yeah, so upon entering battle, the character with the highest attack consumes HP equals to 24% of their max HP at the start of each turn. What? At the same time, their speed increases by 5% up to 5 times. Ooh, okay,
Okay.
so you need to keep them topped off, basically.
So this is a negative Curio. The only one it would benefit is Blade.
Hmm.
It consumes 24% off max HP, not current HP. So you're losing about a fourth of their health every
Every
Well,
turn.
every turn. And all you're getting is a bit of speed, and not like speed is good, but like when you're fighting the final swarm boss, it's actually a little bit of a negative simply because they put the wind shears on you. And if you have more speed, you have more turns, and that's more wind shear procs.
True.
And second thing is it's the character with the highest attack. And if you're using Locha, then it usually ends up being Locha that gets it.
Actually, Alocha might have more attack than Blade, which I use it by mostly in in Swarm. Interesting. Oof. Yeah, this is deep.
And then the third thing is just you also need to have a really good healer with it.
Yeah.
But then you might end up just having to waste skill points on healing your character
Right.
rather than just just using it on just doing damage. And it's like, oh, then you're actually just losing damage because you're not attacking the enemy.
Right. Yeah, no, I think, as you said, like, even in best case scenario, which is Blade, even then, you're kind of risking it quite a bit. If it was like something, oh, you lose 10%.
If
Like-
it was like less or it was based on current HP, I think it would be fine.
True.
But it's max HP.
Mm. Yeah, and speed is okay, but like with having dots on you, that definitely makes sense. Yeah, yeah. I think this one is personally like just again, I didn't use it, and even with Blade, I might run it, but I'll be like a bit a bit worried. Not gonna lie. I think this goes somewhere in D tier, potentially here. Is it worse? I think it's worse than these, to be honest.
I'd say it's worse than the mask.
Is it worse than the mask? I guess, yeah, the mask can still have some application.
Yeah.
I think it's still usable on Blade-ish. So that's why I kind of put it above this one. Because this one is garbage. This one is garbage. Dejan, like, what do you think about this? Like, any...
That's cool. Again, chunk of your HP for 5% heals. I mean, for 5% speed each turn, I don't think is the most efficient way to go. So I'm happy with it being in D tier. Anywhere in D tier, really.
Okay.
Not too fussed about.
Cool. Let's keep it there then. The last one, or not the last one, but like the last one in the normal Curios. Upon entering battles, all allies' break effect increased by 20% for every blessing of a different path possessed. This is decent in dot teams, especially. I can see it being pretty good. Because you're not running just one path. At least, like in most runs, like if you look at the summary at the end, you probably picked up maybe at least three or four different paths, pretty much. So like, you can easily get 60% break effect on your characters, which doesn't sound too bad to me, to be honest. I think this is somewhere. To be honest, either like high C, low B, in my opinion. Depending on the team, of course, because not every team benefits from break effect.
Yeah.
I would say it would probably go into like mid or low C.
Right.
As you said, it doesn't go into every team,
Yeah.
and that should count against it. And also the fact that if you're not running like dot team, I
Ooh.
guess, or if you're not running like I guess quantum break, you're not actually gonna get that much damage out of it.
Yeah.
I can see those C. Probably next to the disc.
Next to the disc. Oh yeah, here. Yeah, I mean, I didn't use it, so I don't know how good it can be. Just thinking from the top of my head, like Mono Quantum can potentially use it. The Kafka teams, or like if you're, yeah, dot teams pretty much in general. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Is it better than the 8%? I think it can be better. It has the potential to be better, but it has the potential to be worse. I still would take this over this, to be honest. Is it better than the Lotto? I would take the Lotto over it, to be honest.
Yeah. Always
Um,
a lot.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense to me. Cool. So the last ones we have are the Air Curios. I like these ones. Well, I like half of them and the other half not so much. So we'll go through them a bit by bit. So the corrupted one, let's just look at when it's fixed. We don't care about when it's broken. So when a character breaks enemy weakness, they regenerate 40 energy. I think this one is pretty decent.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I think this one is somewhere mid B in my opinion.
I'd say low B.
Do you think it's worse than the advance forward, 10% advance forward? It's 40 energy is nothing to scoff at. Especially if you're running like some of the, like you know, the nihility one that gives you more break efficiency, for example.
Yeah.
I think
I'd say yeah, it goes above it just because if you really think about it, you basically get like a skill's worth of energy on it.
Yeah. I was gonna say as well, 40 energy is a decent amount of energy, and like so many characters, not so many characters, but a few characters do get their ult back fast as well. So mixing it with a few blessings as well is pretty much you'll be getting your ult every turn or two potentially.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. I think there are some better error codes, but this one is like in the middle of the pack for those.
Really? Okay.
Yeah,
that's
so
my favorite one in my opinion.
That's your favorite? I think there's definitely better ones. We'll get to them, but let's go to the odd code. So this one heals you when you use your ultimate. I'm not a huge fan of this one. It's okay. I think it's worse than this one, which heals you with 20% every turn.
I would say it should go like right behind it.
I wouldn't put it. Yeah, go ahead.
My reasoning for this is if you're ever in a like dire situation, just having that fat heal whenever you want on command from your character's ult is just pretty valuable to have.
Yeah, but the counter argument to that is you're gonna get the 20% heal way more often. I mean, we're agreeing that it's better, of course, but I'm making the argument it's kind of tiny bit below the B. But I see your point though. It's like choosing when to heal could be beneficial, especially
you can go first.
No, go ahead. It's fine.
I'm looking at like C tier and I'm comparing it to B tier, and I'd say it's definitely a B tier one because if you're in a bad situation, this can definitely help you like avoid losing a run. Whereas like the C tier ones are just kind of like they give you the benefits, right? But they don't have like the option of like saving you a run, you know?
I see what you mean. That makes sense actually. Dejan, any comments on that?
No, I agree. Senku, I know he says heals upon ultimate sounds like a mid ability, but
from the smite perspective, yes.
It is literally a safe button just in case.
Yeah, and
recently, but there has been like times before, obviously, like you are just low HP, you use your ult or something, and well, after picking that orb, use your ult, and you do get a bit of HP back, saving you from another hit or DOT damage that you are going to take on your next turn or something. So
yeah, and like I guess generally when I think about alts is I don't like it changes a little bit how you need to kind of think about your alts. It's not just something because generally you have like a an order for things. It's like when you get your ult on your main DPS, in most cases you like unless you have a Bronya that's gonna boost it or whatever or like some Tin unit that's gonna boost it a little bit. Generally you want to use it as soon as possible, because you might get hit, and the hits can give you energy, so you might lose some energy that's gonna come to you in some ways, or like you're gonna gain in some ways. But yeah, in this case it changes when you ult, but in a good way where it's gonna heal you if you need it. So I can definitely see it being a B. The argument about it potentially saving your run compared to these, I can definitely see that. Like these are mostly like things that help your run, but you can live without them pretty much.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So the next one is the normal code. Characters receive 25% less damage while their HP percentage is below 50% their max HP. I mean, it's kind of similar to the odd code, to be honest, where it's a passive 25% less damage, which can definitely help you. And in some, if you run in destruction, for example, it can be even like something that you always have on you, pretty much. But that's an outlier case. Is it better than odd code though? I kind of think it is, to be honest.
I don't think so. Obviously, yeah, your health can be low, whatever, but how often are your guys' health low in Swarm?
Yeah, I guess if you don't have Fushuan, for example, because I have the luxury to have Fushuan.
Oh yeah, to be fair, do you know what? See, like I just forget so easily. Not everyone did pull for Fushuan.
No,
Fushuan
but
has Fushuan has made my account so much easier. Like honestly, I barely think of healing because I get healed up at the start of every turn.
Yeah, and you have the light cone as well. But I was actually gonna make a point to your I was gonna support your argument, because
oh, go on.
The biggest issue that I had before having Fushuan in Simulated Universe is that I'm at full HP and then suddenly boom, I'm dead. So having this help me when I am on low HP is not that great, but I think it's still beneficial enough to be in B.
Yeah, I also think it's really beneficial, and the main thing is just, if you look at it, it's a damage reduction multiplier, so that's just, I just have value those really high as well, just because you're reducing it by percentage.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, the good thing about it is, as I said earlier, is like, this is more reactionary, this is more passive, of course. It's true that like you're not always on less than 50% health, and but if you're running certain like let's say, as I said, destruction, this makes you even more tanky, and like you don't even think about dying. It makes like the run way easier. You're gonna have some cases where like you're running preservation and you're low on health, but then you shield yourself and your shields are even taking less damage now. I think it's above like the healing one just a tiny bit. Just
that makes sense.
Yeah, because like I kind of like the passive damage reduction, because you might not have your ult at that point.
Yeah.
But this one always works, or like it's always there. Yeah.
For like the defensive like ones here, just think of it as the context is as maybe your characters are like, they lost a bit of health, and then the swarm boss is about to do its big AoE attack.
Right.
How much is it going to help you?
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, because like especially if, in those cases where there are multiple hits, meaning like it does a chunk to your health, and then it does another chunk to your health, and then like let's say 3 hits, for example. Maybe if for the first set you're above 50% health, but then once you reach the less than 50% health, this will kick in automatically.
I think it might actually kick in like the moment you're like once you're below 50% health.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant.
Like, even if it's like not multi-hit, like the same hit, it'll count for that, I think.
Oh, do you think so?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it would calculate mid-combat.
That would be even better then, to be honest, because I kind of thought about it. That's what the argument that I made earlier, where it's like, oh, if you don't have Fushuan, if you get hit with a big hit, you're gonna be, let's say, topped off, but then they kill you in one hit. I would have assumed this wouldn't kick in in that single hit, because it will look at your max health and it sees like that you're 100% or 90% or whatever, and then it would reduce damage because at the hit, when you got hit, you didn't have the damage reduction in effect, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, no, that's how I thought it would have worked, but
Yeah.
if it works the way Kit Kat explained it, it seems even. I don't know, how high up would you move it though, or would you just leave it there?
If that is the case, if it works the way KitKat said, dude, I think that's a great, especially in Swarm, it makes it way better in my opinion. It's like
Yeah.
it's like a mini Fushuan kind of thing.
I mean, okay, let me think. Regardless of that, yeah, most of the big AoE nukes tend to be multi-hit anyways.
Yeah. And as I said, like I think it's still here. I would even put it if it were like, I feel like damage reduction, especially if you have a healer, is better than healing each time per turn. Just for the simple fact that if your character is dead, you're not gonna be able to heal.
Yeah.
But if you're already,
Yeah.
but if you're already protected, you can just immediately, like, let's say, oh shit, you press your alt to heal, like, let's say with links or whatever. So I kind of value this a bit more than this, in my opinion.
Yeah, that would make sense for me.
Cool. All right, next one. We have Elegant Code. And I'm sorry, Dejan, I kept you for so long. I didn't think it's gonna take this long. Holy shit.
Yeah, we chilling.
So the Elegant Code, we have after a character uses their skill, their next action will be advanced forward by 25%. What do you guys think about this one? Let's start with you, Dejan. What do you think? So when a character uses a skill, they will be advanced by 25%. This is the Elegant Code.
You know what?
Mm-hmm.
Could be not even on some characters. For example, using that on Kafka, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Being able to get more turns on Kafka means you're being able to proc more dot damage. Obviously, if you're using a dot team with Kafka, which makes it good. Sela, same thing. Her getting bunch of speed after turns as well while killing enemies, also very good. I think for main DPSs, we're actually kind of, because with Jing Liu, I guess you don't want to take as many turns as possible because you'll start losing your stacks on your
Yeah, but you can think of it also from this lens of you'll building them up again faster as well.
Yeah.
But the only issue that I can see with this one is like skill points economy.
Yeah.
But there are ways to remedy that, in my opinion. Like there's like if you're running propagation, for example, or there's like one of my favorite level 1 blessings, the healing one that I showed you earlier, is like you gain back skill points when you're healing. So with Locha that becomes crazy. And it benefits not only DPSs, by the way, like even like let's say Bronya, for example, you E with Bronya and then she's advanced forward even more, so she advances forward another teammate with her pretty much. So yeah, I think this is pretty good. I think this is really, really good. Where do you think this lands?
But I'd probably choose it above the healing again. Like healing's not something that I'm too focused on.
Yep.
I'd happily put it behind the damage reduction thing. I think the points that you guys were making about be able to tank, it's like having a mini Fushuan. Again, the damage reduction thing just across the board is a OP move. Not OP, but it's a really strong move. So probably lowered above the healing on B.
So you put it somewhere here, basically?
Yeah.
I think personally it goes above. Yeah.
Definitely goes above the 10% advance forward one, I'd say.
Yeah. I think I would argue even like it goes somewhere in the middle here. These are like economy ones. And I know it's a bit weird to compare the economy ones versus like the ones you use in battle. But like the 25% advance, I mean, like the best comparison would be the 10% as KitKat was mentioning. This is flat. Like you don't need to do anything and you get 10%. This one you use a skill point, but it's 24%. Sorry, 25%. I think
Here.
this is pretty good. I would put it like somewhere top B, to be honest.
I'll put it above the scissors.
Yeah, like these ones. Yeah, like this cavity one can go brazy, so I can definitely see it somewhere here.
Yeah, because you're always going to be using your skill on your DPS.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
Like with Sele, whatever DPS you're using, and even as I mentioned, like even supports benefit from it quite a bit as well. Would I put it be above these? Like the tooth, for example, can be really, really good. Like a shit ton of crit damage can outweigh like advancing forward. So I think
yeah,
this is a good spot. Is it better than the scissors? I think it is better than the scissors because the
Yeah.
scissors are quite situational. They can be really good if you revive one of these two, for like one of these two, for example. But it can also get the lotto, which is okay. But yeah, I think somewhere here is
Yeah.
definitely good. Cool. All right. Yeah. Let's see. So. So the mysterious code is all allies deal 25% more damage after an enemy is defeated. Oh, this is how this works. Okay, it's worse than I thought then. It's worse than I thought. So this is a mysterious code. My issue with this, it's kind of like my issue with Hunt in general in Swarm, is that it's not easy to kill enemies.
it depends on the boss.
Yeah, but like we're talking about, like, let's say for example the last enemy, like
Yeah, the last enemy, he summons all the smaller ones. You kill one of the smaller ones and is permanently active.
Oh, it's permanently active. It's not like X turns or whatever.
Yeah.
All
there's no
allies
turn
deal
limit.
more damage.
on it.
Oh, okay, no, never mind. Because when I read it, I thought it's like, for that turn or whatever, you get
Yeah.
25%. If it's for the whole battle, that's insanely good. Then never mind. 25% flat. We were talking about these earlier. Like this one gives you 30%, for example, but this can go way beyond 30%, of course. I would put it somewhere in A, to be honest.
I would say it still goes below the cavity.
You think it's somewhere here?
No, like the right above like the other one, right? Because like the other one was like you get your 25% advance forward after you use a skill,
Mm-hmm.
which mainly affects your DPS, which is going to be most of your damage.
Yeah.
This is like 25% like damage percent that you get after you defeat one enemy, so it's on like a similar level in my opinion. Because like with the advance forward, you over the course of the battle, it's kind of like you get 25% more damage from basically the extra turns, but it doesn't actually translate all the way.
Yeah, but it's I think it's actually then this one is better, just for the fact that because 25% advanced, right? But like you need to use skill points. There's a cost for it. Whereas this one is like for example, if you're running Blade, you're not advancing then. Well, I mean, you're advancing the one time, but there are a bunch of characters that rely on basic attack, for example, that don't benefit from this then. So I think getting that flat 25% across the board, which I would assume, I'm not sure if it applies to the path or not. It says allies, so I guess it doesn't include the path resonance. I think it still has the edge over the advance. I guess when you think
I'd
about the
probably-
supports, it could be better to advance.
Yeah, I'd probably say it's interchangeable just due to the fact of the point you made about the supports, because the supports can use your skills and get advanced forward as well.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
no, that's
would
fair.
say
Mhm.
It's a little bit better than flat damage, just across all.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. I'm kind of thinking like, because I'm kind of thinking if these should be in A or not, because I found myself like picking these up. Like I'll be happy to pick these up whenever I find them. But these are also free in the sense of you find them in the world and you just pick them up. There's no reason not to pick them up. I guess in Swarm you pick them up in occurrences and shit as well, don't you? I can't remember actually from the top of my head.
I think there's an occurrence where you can choose to get an error code.
Right. Yeah, I think the advance forward might have the slight edge because of the fact that it applies to, as I said, like the first thing that comes to mind is like Bronya. You want Bronya to advance forward in most cases. Same with Pela, for example. It's like, yeah, it makes them. It's not just for the DPS, but also like for your supports that would lead to more DPS, pretty much. So I can see that. Yeah. Okay.
Agreed.
And then the last one is recover skill points when a character uses basic. So the thing with this is very hard to gauge, right? Because if it's a team that you don't use a lot of skill points on, this is kind of useless. But then if you have a team that uses a lot of skill points, then this is really good. Which puts you in a sticky situation to decide which way, like where you would place this. Also, I found myself finding other ways to gain skill points in Swarm. Namely, in, as I said, like there are some blessings that give you skill points when you heal, when you follow up attack, when you run propagation, you might get more skill points and shit. So this kind of becomes redundant. But I like it in normal SU. It's still good in Swarm, but I wouldn't put it too high. I would probably put it somewhere either lower B or top C, to be honest. What do you guys think?
I think it should be low B, because more skill points is never bad, and it's still like directly helping you out inside the battle.
Right. Yeah, but the thing is, like, as I said, that's why it's still better than these. Like, if we're thinking about it from the perspective of it's still helping you about it, then this definitely B. But I think the other ones, especially in the Swarm context, it can definitely be worse than these. Maybe potentially better than the healing one. Because technically, if you think about it, if you have more skill points, you can literally just spam skills on your, like, let's say support, for example, instead of having him, as in like having them, I guess, either Loa Chow or Lynx or whoever it is, instead of using their normal attacks mostly and then healing from time to time, you can just, I can just heal my one of my characters with 60% with Loacha, for example. So I think I value it more than the alt one. But I can also see this being worse in cases, as I said earlier, where you pick up a bunch of blessings that give you skill points, so you overcap on skill points. But I think I would be happy to put it here above the healing one. What do you guys think?
That looks fine.
Yeah, no, that's cool. Yeah, again, basic attack, not basic attack, skill points are never like the worst thing to gain, do you know what I mean? So it's not a problem, but at the same time, when you are getting like so many extra skill points or something, is it like, how useful is it, or if you are overcapping on it? So
yeah, I agree.
Probably not the best thing to grab sometimes, but could be helpful in a really skill point hungry team.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, and I think that's all. The reason why I copied the link and did this is because I was thinking the negative ones, we put them in the own list because it doesn't make sense to rank them with these, to be honest.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure how. Hold on.
Just add an extra tier.
Oh, you mean like oh, I see what you mean. So like basically just do
add like an F tier, I guess, and then you can rank them like in order.
Which one is okay? I see what you mean. Why above? God damn it. Okay, we can do that then. What I was thinking is like its own tier list, but I don't. We didn't need to do that.
I think we could just zoom through it.
yeah. This should be easy. Negative, I guess.
Negative.
Yeah, because it's kind of like its own tier. Let's use.
Okay, so with the web, it's technically a negative, but it's still a positive one.
Yeah, but in the sense of like these are the negative ones, but these are, that's why like this one is this is the order for them. You probably don't want to pick them up, but I haven't.
Web one is definitely at the top.
Yeah, so I don't know all of these, to be honest. Even the ones that I picked up, I don't know all of them very well. So let's go through them one by one. So we have Insect Web. So upon entering battle, the character currently with the highest attack will become parasitized. Oh my
Yeah, it's
god.
like a little status.
Oh, okay. While parasitized, the character's attack increases by okay. But will lose. So increases by 50%, but will lose HP equal to 20% of their current HP at the start of every turn. When this character is knocked down, parasitized will be transformed to a random character.
It's a really good one.
Doesn't this remind me of the? Didn't we have another one?
Yeah, it's a drink, the green drink.
Yeah, exactly.
The difference between this and the green drink is it's based on your current HP, and it gives you a massive attack percent buff.
Right. Oh yeah. Okay.
So
It
it
will lose
takes
HP
less
equal.
health, and it gives you a massive attack buff rather than a small speed buff.
I see. Yeah. It's still, of course, negative because technically it can't be transferred. Like, I mean, but I guess if you lose your character, then the run is dead anyway.
Yeah.
To be fair. But yeah, I can. Yeah, it still has a lot of positive to it, even though it's a negative curio. So I do agree it's probably at the top because I know there's some really bad ones here.
From the encounter, the occurrence that you do to get it, in order to get it, you get a 3-star blessing anyway. So.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. You go for like the 3-star blessing when you go deeper into like the insect next, or you could just like leave and just like heal your characters, or no, like lose a portion of your health or something like that. I don't remember the exact details, but I just remember you're guaranteed to get a you go deeper into the nest, you get a 3-star blessing, and then you also get this negative curio.
Oh, okay, interesting. I don't think I got this one in any of my runs yet, or maybe I got it and I'm like, oh, negative curio. No, I'm good. So yeah, I'll keep an eye for that then. I'll keep an eye for that. This does sound good. I mean, it wouldn't work very well maybe on my Loacha like blade team because probably Loacha has more attack, but for the most part, the character that has the most attack is your main DPS.
Yeah, okay. I searched it up. It's the insect nest occurrence. Yeah, you obtain a negative curio, which is this one, and you get a 3-star blessing with it. So
nice. That makes it even better in that context, to be honest. But even just looking at the effect itself, it's definitely like it's funny because it can technically be put in this list, and you can put it somewhere above some of these, in my opinion. So it's like it could be somewhere in like low C or something. But yeah,
I would say go low B.
Really interesting. Yeah, I guess because it is
you
helping
can't
your
attack
run in a way. Right.
Yeah, it's just 50% attack is so good.
It is really good. And as I said, like it even in like the health loss, if it's on blade, it's actually beneficial. Because you're triggering his follow-up attacks even more. So yeah, that makes sense. Cool. So now we get to the really bad ones. So cosmic fragments requiring to level up and reset blessings increases by 25%. Yeah, so wait, which one is this? Yeah, it is in order. Cool. This is worse, but I think this is not the worst one. I think this is like literally the least negative one out of the cuckoo ones, but I didn't get all of the cuckoo ones, so I don't know.
All right, go.
So we'll see. Upon entering battle, consume 2 skill points. I'm not a huge fan of this.
I think this one's really bad.
Yeah, not a huge fan of this at all, because in a lot of cases, most of the skill points you're going to be using are at the beginning. Like you're setting up your Fushuan, you're doing a bunch of E's at the very beginning. So that's.
I think that one will probably be like at the bottom.
Yeah, I would think so. Like I remember, like there's the skill points one, and there's the attack one that multiplies, which is very bad as well. But that one can be good if you get the reroll, but that's another thing. Okay, the next one is when selecting blessings after victory, the number of available blessings will be reduced by 1. Oh, this is really bad, actually.
Really bad, yeah.
That's horrible.
Oh,
guys.
dude.
It's basically like the interdimensional dice, but permanently on.
Right. So
And then
yeah,
here's
go.
the funny part. If you get this and you get the interdimensional die,
I was gonna ask you
you all
that.
have one option.
I was gonna ask you that. I'm like, oh my god, what happens in that case? Oh man. Okay. Yeah, this is even worse than the skill points one, to be honest. In my opinion. Do you
Yeah.
guys think otherwise?
I think the skill points one is worse.
Is it? Like
Because with the blessings one, it's really bad if you get it at the beginning of the run. But if you get it later into the run, then it usually tends to not matter as much.
That's true,
And I'm
actually.
thinking of it in the context of fighting the final boss. And yeah, you really want to have those skill points at the very start of the battle.
True. Yeah, because generally, like you're breezing through most of the content in the run. The issue is the last boss. So yeah, no, you know what? I agree with that. Any comments on that, Dejan?
That's a good stand. That's
Yeah.
a good stand.
Cool. So we have the other one, which is entering battle randomly increases the chance. This one is not too bad.
Yeah, it's actually really good. And it wears off after 5 turns.
Yeah, and if you get it on blade, actually stonks.
Works. for him.
or like
I would say this is like right
Clara.
behind the web.
Yeah, absolutely. This one is
Main thing is just
yeah, go for it.
the main thing is just it only lasts 5 turns. So
Right.
after 5 turns, it's just gone.
Yeah, and
Nice.
like even without it, sometimes like you can feel the enemy as if they have this on the character, like your Tinyan getting hit, as if she has Landau's choice for whatever reason. So yeah. Cool. So it
The
says
fuck,
like
yeah,
aggro
all
increases caused by this Curios 500%. Holy shit, bruh.
Legends have it, it nearly matches the amount of aggro Tingyun has.
Yeah. So if you have a Tinyan and another character that has this, it's a 50-50 chance. Oh goodness. Okay. Each time you enter a following domain, lose 500% of all fragments currently in possession. Ooh.
Not the worst one, but annoying.
It's like it's
Yeah.
like the reverse gold one.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about this. This is actually quite bad, but I think it's still less bad than the ones that gives you less blessings choice.
Yep.
Which is okay. I can tell from their appearance because again, so this is the one that gives you less, which is the blue one. Yeah, I think this one is kind of here basically. So we have this one, which is less fragments, less blessings, less skill points. Cool. Cool. So we have, what is the other one? Additionally, consume a certain amount of cosmic fragments while you have the IPC cuckoo, whatever, to obtain this curio and immediately obtain 999 fragments. Wait, what?
Wait, what? Addition.
I think this is one tied with like a occurrence or something.
Right. Interesting. A certain amount of cosmic fragments while you have the IPC. Obtain this curio and immediately obtain. Like when I read it, it seems like, oh, you get this and you get 999 cosmic fragments. But I have no clue. I mean, either way, like whatever negative thing, I don't think it's gonna be too bad. So this could potentially be the second one, basically.
Like it consumes a certain amount, so technically you could have like, I can imagine you can have like very little amount of it and still be able to gain 999.
Yeah, like if it works that way, then like anything less than 1000 cosmic fragments that you have is
It's good.
yeah, pretty much. But I don't think it works that way though. Additionally, let me look this up. Hold on. Maybe we need to check this one. No.
Yeah, you should know what a certain amount is.
eBay broken cuckoo.
Yeah. Hold on. Maybe someone talks about it here. Maybe we open this. Hold on. Oh no, never mind. Oh, I like this one. I should have. We should have went with this. I like the format of this. But yeah. Anyway, Yeah, I think this person is asking what are those, but
What are those?
what are those? But yeah, unfortunately I don't have any clue what the I think I got it once in one of my runs, but I can't really tell. I remember not being mad about it. Since I'm not mad about it, I don't think it's bad. I think if we understood it correctly, you get 999 fragments out of it somehow. This could potentially be the second one on the list. So somewhere here, basically.
Yeah.
But again, take it with a grain of salt. I think we're misunderstanding what this means.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the last one, which what I do remember is you lose 5% attack, and grants the chance of splitting into your clone with the maximum of 3. So technically, you might have 4 of these, basically, which reduces your attack by 20%, which is a lot. Again, you can get the reroll thing, which I believe it counts every one of them as a separate.
Yeah, it does. I've had it happen before.
Yeah, and that is good, but we're talking about like 1 curio out of look how many. So let's think about it just from the perspective it's 20% less attack ultimately. Compared to the skill point, I think it's worse than the skill points, to be honest. Yes, you can have Blade, which doesn't scale as much with attack, but most of your DPSs scale with attack. And 20% is harsh, dude.
It is harsh, but like, actually, I was gonna say like losing 2 skill points at the start of the turn, but usually at the start of the turn on the last boss, you're not really gonna get one shot at the same time. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, you can
usually save your-
at 2 skill points you can survive at least.
Yeah.
But like the longer the battle takes, the more damage they're gonna do. And you definitely don't want that. I think it's the worst one in my opinion. Any thoughts on that, KitKat?
I think the 2 skill points ones is worse.
Really? I mean, the thing is, like with the skill points, as I mentioned earlier, I mean, okay, I was gonna say you can remedy that, but then you can say the same for the attack.
Yeah.
But like, which is worse at face value? Losing 2 skill points, or losing 20% attack? I still think 20% attack is worse, to be honest.
I think the very clear upside of potentially rerolling them all.
You know
Makes
what?
up
That's
for that.
fair. That's absolutely fair. Because yeah, we like imagine because these are gonna be 4 curios, and I think didn't you get it, Dejan? I think
Yeah.
I was watching you once, and you got the
I
cuckoo, and then you
rerolled
rerolled.
it, yeah. 'Cause I was shocked by it as well. Like I do think it's good, but
Because like you could have a very high, but on average it's like pretty bad.
Mhm.
But the chance of getting that high, I think, puts it above the skill points, which is just always a negative.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I think I just like try to eliminate that possibility, just to think 2 skill points versus 20% attack. I look at the 20% attack as being worse, just for the simple fact that it's huge. We're not like it's 20%. It's a lot of attack that you lose there. But yeah, keeping in mind the potential synergy with the 1 curio, I can definitely see it. I can definitely see it being a bit better. I think this is a really a toss up, to be honest. Personally, like I would take the skill points reduction over. No, you can build attack. but skill points are, oh my god, they're annoying to not have.
Yeah.
They're annoying to not have.
Especially at the start of the battle, because like
Like it's kind of like you know the code that gives you skill points, right? Like when it's broken, it consumes extra skill points when you do a skill. So instead of consuming 1 point, it consumes 2 points. Somehow that's more manageable in a short fight. It is more manageable than losing 2 skill points at the beginning. Um, but yeah, like if we're talking especially about Swarm, you want those skill points at the beginning to set the tone, or else you're gonna be screwed pretty much. So yeah.
Yeah, because like pretty much every team wants to do their setup right. For like Quantum, if you're running Silver Wolf, you definitely want to get that weakness implant immediately.
Yep.
Um,
Fushuan's well, I mean, with technique, I guess you can still get Fushuan's what do you call it, like field. But yeah, like you're gonna be using a lot. Like you're gonna be using Blade's skill points, for example, to start buff, like so he can start doing damage. With Jingliu, you're gonna be spamming your E's. Yeah, it's a lot of E's that you need at the beginning. That's for sure. You know, you need a lot of skills. But yeah, overall, I think I'm very happy with this. I can be convinced though, like as I mentioned earlier, like to swap these because I think the scissors are insane, especially in Swarm. If you get a bunch of adventures, and you can use your fragments, and even if you don't have fragments, like this is like innately better or easier to build up the damage on this versus this.
Yeah.
But I can be convinced either way. But I think overall we did like a decent job at this. It took a lot of time. Holy shit, my dude. We've been at it for like 4 hours, I think. Brother.
This is gonna be fun for you to edit and cut down, honestly.
Oh my god. I'm not even sure how, like, what am I gonna cut out of it? We didn't go on tangents that much, to be honest. To be fair, but it is gonna be a chunky episode. Holy shit. But yeah, thank you so much, guys. I appreciate having you here. Oh my goodness, it was.
That was good.
Sorry, Dijon. Like it's literally like 3 a like what 3 a.m. for you. It's 4 a.m. for me. Holy shit, I need to go to sleep.
Same here.
But yeah, thank you so much, Kit Kat. I appreciate you jumping in, my dude. Really enjoyed this.
Thank you for having us. Or
Yeah, it was fun. It was fun.
good night, everyone.
All right, take care, and I'll see you next
guys
time.
soon.
Take care. Bye. Oh man. All right. Holy shit. Oh. I didn't think it's gonna take this long. God damn. But yeah, this is our final result. I'm happy with it. It's really well made, I think. We'll be posting this on YouTube. I mean, I doubt a lot of people will see it, but I think it would be useful for people to see it. It would be fun as well.